We want to thank you for committing time to be part of this very important dialogue where we are discussing and having conversations about the National Development Plan 3. Today's dialogue is being held under the theme Strengthening Multi-Stakeholder Engagements in the National Development Planning Process. And it's being convened in partnership and collaboration with the National Planning Authority, NPA, and is generously funded by the European Union. Before I go into the detail, I think it is important that we get to know the persons, the individuals, the institutions, the organizations that are in the room. So we're going to have a round of introductions, and you'll just mention your name and then the institution or organization that you work with. And to make it easier for you, I'll go first so that you do the same across. My name is Moses Mulindwa, and I work with the Uganda National NGO Forum. Thank you all for coming. How I wish we could do the same across the room. I'll have a microphone moving around. I think starting with, can we start with the extreme left? The table at the back.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam. I'm from Civic Space TV.
Morning, everyone. Jeff Kuluvia, Civic Space TV.
Good morning. I'm Maron Agaba. I work with the Anti-Corruption Coalition of Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Job Kija from the Innovations for Democratic Engagement and Action IDEA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is ✱ᴜᴜ with the Uganda National NGO Forum.
Good morning. My name is Natasha Natamba, an invited guest.
Good morning. My name was Sharon. I work with Women and Girl Child Development Association.
My name is Obed Kambasu. I'm from World Vision. Thank you.
I greet you all. My name is ꜱᴛᴏᴜ from Lango Civil Society Network, formerly Lira NGO Forum.
Morning. I'm Miriam Cherukut from Action for Health Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is ✱ᴜᴜᴜ. I work for Western Regional Society Organization, WESISNET, former Arua District NGO Network.
Excuse me, I want to make a slight amendment. It is good that we are making mention of the institutions and organizations that we work with, but for the benefit of everyone in the room, I want to ask that you briefly tell us about the institution that you work with, on top of mentioning it. I think that will give us a blend. So for instance, if I reversed a bit and went back to Mr. Ogwar, you could tell us in a sentence or two about the Lango Civil Society Network. And the same should apply to Ms. Cherukut and then Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you. Lango Civil Society Network is a rebranded name from Lira NGO Forum. Lira NGO Forum has been regional, is commonly referred to as a regional advocacy network that commands or network the CSOs that works across Lango district. Thank you.
Mr. MC, this is Cherukut. Miriam again from Action for Health, Uganda. We work with young people between 15 to 24, and our role is to promote their sexual reproductive health rights with focus on family planning, and we integrate issues of socio-economic empowerment. Thank you. You can find us in Luboa, the beautiful hill of Luboa. That is where our office is located. We have a beautiful training center for young people, but also for the sector. Come and we talk about space and how we can utilize it. Thank you.
I see we are missing out on useful information. For instance, Miriam, I'm coming to Action for Health, particularly for the family planning bit. Thank you.
Okay, once again, my name is ᴅɪᴜᴘɪɪɪ. Earlier said I work for Western Regional Civil Society Network. We prefer calling it ᴅɪᴜᴜᴜ in short. It's a rebrand of Arua District Angel Network Adingoni, and it's an umbrella organization that majorly do in advocacy network, and we coordinate the registered NGOs in the whole of West Nile sub-region. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Javira Duksoka, a Senior Monitoring and Evaluation Officer at the National Planning Authority. Of course, we plan for Uganda, and my business there is to see that MDAs and local governments implement the National Development Plan through the annual budget. So we assess them on an annual basis to see whether really they are implementing the National Development Plan. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frederick Nzibambi. I work with the Cross Culture Foundation of Uganda. Cross Culture Foundation of Uganda, in brief, CCFU, is based on the premise that culture has a role to play in the different development interventions that we might think of as a country. And I think this is not the first time for us to participate in this kind of engagement. We've been participating in NDP discussions, I think, in the last also.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Monica Basamera. I'm head of coordination at Team Up Uganda. Team Up Uganda is a consortium of 3 implementing partners, of which Action for Health is part. So Cherukut is one of our partners. We also have HRNS Uganda and Wave Solutions. We work in the sectors of agriculture, water, health, and we're working with youth targeted between the ages of 15 and 30. What we're trying to do is to get people to understand the value of working together in different sectors, and this platform where we have national, multi-stakeholder dialogue is very important and useful for our Team Up agenda. So I'm really happy to be here, and I can't wait to start this dialogue.
Good morning. My name is Alan Kayongo. I work with the National Planning Authority, and all we do is develop comprehensive and integrated development plans. Happy to be here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kayongo. I would like to skip, excuse me. I want to take the microphone to the far right. Yes. You know, as you introduce yourselves, I'm also judging your elevator pitching.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Frederick Kamara Teng is my name. I'm the founder and director of the African Youth Peace Initiative. I'm also the General Secretary of the Midwestern Anti-Corruption Coalition. African Youth Peace Initiative, we focus mainly on engaging the young people in peace building, particularly for sustainable development, through about 3 or 4 thematic areas where we look at conflict transformation and peace education, job skills and entrepreneurship development, and also we focus on education, quality education for the young people in the schools, and also community development through livelihoods improvement for the rural farmers, grassroots smallholder farmers at the grassroots. Thank you so much. We are located in Kibale, Karuguza, Kibale village in Bwamiramira sub-county. You can always come and have engagement with the rural communities. We are a very mainstream anti-corruption agency where we are focusing on the fight against corruption, which is eating our country and of course other areas. Thank you so much. God bless you. I'm also a pastor and a very serious prayer warrior. So when
Amen.
you see me
Amen,
involved
Pastor.
in prayer issues,
Yeah.
you know that we are moving forward as a country.
Okay.
God bless you.
Amen. Thank you. All right, thank you. Mr. Ryoka, kindly take the microphone.
Good morning, Agnes Kidabo. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, I'm called Raymond Ryoka. I am the team leader for YADNET Uganda, which is a network of CSOs that work with young people on health and climate. Our 135 CSOs operating countrywide look at empowering young people in the health sector to be resilient to the shocks of climate change. And we are happy associating with NGO Forum. The NDP agenda is about mainstreaming climate change in the programming, and we look forward to engaging civil society, strengthening climate resilience in their programming. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kange Sophie. I work with IAF as the Africa Regional Director. IAF, we do knowledge brokerage across sectors, assess and certify facilitators.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Stella Marie Biwaga. I work with the National Association of Women Organizations in Uganda, NAO. It's a membership-based organization. We focus on economic empowerment of women, governance and leadership, and peace and security.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Diana Arinda, and I work with Oxfam in Uganda. We do work to end injustices here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Robert Byarhanga. I work with Uganda Local Government Association, an association for all local governments in Uganda. So all the districts and sub-counties in Uganda, apparently, they are members of WULGA. I'm here to represent the Secretary General, who is unable to be with us physically, but she sends greetings to you all and should be following the discussion as it goes on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is ☆Susan Wasubire. I work with Climate Action Network. Climate Action Network works to convene civil society, the private sector, both Climate Action Network, climate action actors,
and non-climate actors in collaboration with the government to advocate for policy and also to work to combat climate change. Thank you. Maybe just to add on, Mr. Walimba will probably join us online. He's not able to be here with us this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Judith Atkunda, and I work with LearnNet Uganda. LearnNet is an NGO that focuses on advocacy, research, capacity building, on policy and legal reforms in the land sector. Thank you very much.
I think yes, the table where Papa Benson is seated is the ✱ᴜᴜᴜ. Yes.
Leave that to our table.
Okay, please proceed.
So my name is ꜱᴜᴜᴜ. I work with the Public Affairs Center Uganda. PAC is popular known as PAC. If you come to Teso sub-region, it's known as PAC. You may mistake it for the parliamentary one, but this is for citizens. And we are a governance watchdog organization. And we are basically now a regional hub for citizen action and mobilization. On any matter like national development plan, anything, you will get us there. And it's a pleasure to be here, meet all of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. How is Soroti City?
Of course, I'm no longer from up country. You should now be referred.
You know, these days with the many cities, people move from city to city. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Richard Sewachirianga. I used to work for the Uganda National NGO Forum. So I think instead of saying I work for something, let me say I used to work for the Uganda National NGO Forum. Now I work for myself and my family. But I'm from the Center for Basic Research, where I'm the advisor for policy research and strategic partnership, and also a senior research fellow there. We do what the center says, which is basic research, foundational research. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Flavia Chomkama. I'm Executive Director for Action Group for Health, Human Rights and HIV, AGA, Uganda. We specialize in health financing advocacy. Therefore, we monitor the budget, the national budget. And in order to monitor, we first of all engage in national policy framework development. And so we are part of the development of this NDP3. And therefore, we are interested to see its midterm outcomes, but also we participate in developing national budgets. And right now we are writing for Global Fund, the Global Fund proposal, awaiting more money, and we want to see how we can, link it to the NDP3, and also we are participating in the national paper corp planning processes, and all these are bringing money into the country to align to the National Development Plan. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mugero Jesse, Program Associate from the International Center for Transitional Justice. We work with survivors and victims of war to ensure that they get redress, that they get back their rights, but also to ensure that they get justice for the wrongs that happened to them. Of particular interest to NDP3 discussion is to ensure that no one is left behind. And we're here to represent those voices. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for reminding us about that SDG mantra, Tonde Kamavega, leaving no one behind. Can we cross? Where's the microphone? Oh, yes.
Right here. Good morning to you all. My name is Malcolm Mpamizo, and I work with Civil South Africa. We are a philanthropy support organization supporting both civil society and donors and philanthropy to meet various human rights issues and social justice issues as well. Pleasure to be here.
Okay. Thank you. Can we? Yes, Julius, over to you. You know, maybe because you came late, we're introducing ourselves, mentioning the institutions that we work with, and then trying to tell the audience about our organizations. Thank you.
I was not late. Good morning, everybody. My name is Julius Mukunda, and I work for the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. We work on engaging government on how it raises money and spends money. We build the capacities of civil society organizations and the policy makers to ensure the budget is proper and people-centered. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Baguma Tinkasimir Richard. I'm Secretary General for the United Nations Association, and we are a civil society support group for the UN, and so really our agenda is following the UN agenda currently, the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Good morning. I saw Julia standing up, but the Secretary General, I don't know what to follow, but because I'm next to the Secretary General. Did you say Secretary General? Okay. My name is Agnes Kirabo. I work for and with Food Rights Alliance. It's a civil society organization that seeks to promote sustainable access and consumption of safe, healthy, and nutritious diets for all. We believe and we look forward to live in a world free from hunger and malnutrition. So we are a policy advocacy organization, and it is our desire that the meal that you've had is safe, healthy, and nutritious. We play.
Yes, the table over there.
Good morning. My name is Chris Nokracho Tim. I work from the National Planning Authority. We provide, I'm the manager for local government development planning, and we provide support and guidance to 176 local governments in development planning. Thank you.
My name is Chris, not Nokrach, Chris Mpatibwe. I work with the Uganda National NGO Forum.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Winnie Nabido. I head the Monitoring and Evaluation Department at the National Planning Authority. And we look forward to having this stakeholder dialogue as a key input into the cross-cutting issues of the midterm review of the NDP3. We just concluded the midterm review at the national level, but are still undertaking the cross-cutting issues in terms of the midterm review. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Yes, and maybe I want to, on behalf of the audience, to congratulate you, Dr. Winnie, being on your. She was recently awarded and now a doctorate, and now a doctor. So she skipped it, but I felt important that I mentioned it, and I congratulate you on behalf of the audience. Yeah.
My name is Vincent Operemo, Manager Strategy at NPA.
Good morning. I'm Mutesi Shamim from NPA.
All right. Who has not? Oh yeah, there, Andrew. There. Okay. Yes. From that side, then we'll cross to the right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fiona Alum. I work at the National Planning Authority as the Communications Officer. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Katom Nyagwa. I work with Food Rights Alliance.
Okay. There are some two ladies here, and we are maintaining the guideline I gave at the start, the name, the institution that we work with, and then you also tell us a little bit about your organization or institution, the work that the institution does.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. ꜱᴜᴜ is my name. I work with Oxfam Uganda as the Finance for Development Coordinator. And Oxfam in Uganda is passionate about fighting inequality and ensuring that everyone is catered for, looking at the vulnerabilities in the country. And we support our partners to reach out to most of those in the communities, doing work around revenue mobilization. The docket I'm in charge of really looks at domestic revenue mobilization to see how we can increase our revenue to be able to provide the services that reach the vulnerable and those and fight inequality in the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Sophie, is there someone at the back there? Yes.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James ꜱᴜᴜᴏ. I work for the Uganda Water and Sanitation Network. ᴅɪᴜᴜᴜ. So basically, this is an umbrella network that brings together all the civil society organizations that work in the water, sanitation, and hygiene, but also aspects of climate change and integrated water resources management. I lead the policy and advocacy component there. Thank you.
Yes,
Good morning, everyone. I'm Masika Masi. I'm a youth champion, and I work with the Youth Advocacy and Development Network. We do a lot of things. We handle sexual reproductive health and rights. We are into climate change, economic development, and many, many other aspects. Thank you so much.
Morning, everyone. My name is Abiro Masi. I work with the African Institute for Investigative Journalism as the Programs and Partnership Lead. The African Institute for Investigative Journalists work with journalists across the country, but we basically leverage on investigative journalism in the interest of public defense.
Was everyone introduced? I noticed the staff of the NGO Forum did not introduce themselves. So I want to ask them to just walk here. I see Miss Rachel Damba at the back, Rita, and the gentleman holding the microphone. Before I cross to the online audience, because we also have quite a number that is participating online, and before I cross to them, it is important that we know you as well. Hey, these are my bosses, please rectify that. Huh? Otherwise, I might go back and I don't have a job. The microphone must work, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Dushime and I work with the NGO Forum.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rachel Damba. I work with NGO Forum.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akamutwa Rita. I work with Uganda National NGO Forum.
Okay, thank you very much. So, like I said, we have quite a number that is joining us online. And just to confirm that they didn't just log in and walk away, I want to call out names and ask them to introduce themselves. Can I start with Violet Alinda?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Violet. Violet Alinda, I'm the country lead for West East Africa. Tuwaweza is a regional organization working in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. Our business is research and advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Violet. Can we have, I wanted the Haji, but I can't read the second name. Is that Haji Sulaiman?
Oh, yes. Zach Sulaiman, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
My name is Sulaiman 괍ᴜ. I'm the national coordinator of the Uganda Muslim Rural Development Association, which carries out development work impacting all irrespective of when affiliation, based in Bugiri district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us, Haji, all the way from Rukungiri. Can we have Rose Othieno? Rose?
Yes, good morning. I thought I would show my face. I couldn't. My name is Rose Othieno, Executive Director, Center for Conflict Resolution. Earlier on, we were supposed to say what to do, but I think may not have enough time. But basically, we work on peace building, conflict transformation, and many matters related to that. We have had to do some economic empowerment for youth that have been involved in conflict to make sure that they don't go back to conflict. We are looking at the issue of trauma among some of these societies, but of recent, we have also added a lot of work on SDG, especially SDG 16+, and then climate change. Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Okay, thank you so much, Rose. I think the last two that I'll sample from the online audience, I see Mr. Is that George Rugarambi? Doctor?
Yes. Yeah, sure. Yes, I can confirm that I'm not a robot. George Rugarambi, I work with the African Center for Media Excellence as the Executive Director. We are in the business of knowledge-based journalism, and it's my pleasure to have partnered with NPA to support the popularization of NDP3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rugarambi. And the last person will be Robert Kakuru. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Moses. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kakuru Robert Byamujisha. I'm right away talking from Kabale, Chige, southwestern Uganda. I am the executive director of Kick Corruption out of Uganda, where we are against corruption, promotion of good governance and accountability. Thank you very much. Glad to be part of this review.
Thank you. I think that was a good sample. You know, recently Elon Musk has revealed to us there are many robots and boots. So I just had to confirm that we actually have warm bodies behind those names. And it's another confirmation that this particular dialogue is not only restricted to those in the room, but there is a wider audience that is tuned in. So now that we know who is in the room and we've done a sample of those that are online, I would like us to proceed. It was important why I particularly asked us to say a word or two about the institutions or the work that we do. I was trying to see the linkage between the work that we do and the National Development Plan, how we contribute to it, our entry point. But now that this is a multi-stakeholder dialogue, most important is to see the linkages that can happen. And I'm happy that from the introductions that we've had, we have a fair representation of the different categories that are and stakeholders that are crucial. We have obviously the CSOs being the biggest number. We have the private sector. We have the government representatives, NPA, Ministry of Finance. We have the academia. We have religious institutions. You all had Haji Sulaiman, and then everybody else. So I think we have the right audience that is needed for this conversation to take place. So in 2017, rather not 2017, in 2007, the government of Uganda approved the comprehensive national development planning framework policy. The policy that provides for the development of a 30-year vision 2040. And for this to be implemented, the Vision 2040, as we all know or may know, is being implemented through the national development plans, the sector investment plans, the local government development plans, work plans, and budgets. So, but for today's conversation is mainly focusing on the development plans. We are currently implementing the third of the series of the development plans, the National Development Plan 3. When it was enrolled in 2020, it was not off to a good start because, as you all recall, in 2020, we were met, the country and indeed the world as large was met with quite a number of challenges. The first one being COVID-19. We had, I think since 2020, we have had 3 lockdowns actually, if you count the one that happened recently in Kasanda and Mubende. We had the lockdown in 2020, another lockdown in 2021, and just last year we had, when we had the Ebola outbreak, there was a lockdown in some of the districts in the country. So this NDP3 has been met with a couple of challenges. The lockdowns aside, we've had also a number of disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you recall we had locusts. Do you remember locusts? The locust disaster. Do you remember the floods that happened in Kasese, the floods in the east, in the Elgon region, and several other disasters that have happened. But while this was implemented last year, the National Planning Authority commenced a midterm review of the NDP3 because we are nearing its end, and as we come towards the conclusion or the last phase of the NDP3, we felt it important that we have a multi-stakeholder conversation. So in this dialogue today, it is expected that we'll be able to have ample time, or to provide us with an opportunity for the stakeholders to reflect and discuss key issues that are concerning Uganda's development processes. So to kickstart us, I'd like, on the behalf of the Uganda National NGO Forum, to invite Mr. ꜱᴜ Nkwatibwe, who is the team leader of policy governance and civic engagement, but also is here in the capacity of the executive director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, to give welcome remarks. You're welcome, sir.
My former boss often said, if you're clapping, please clap. Thank you so much, Moses. The Deputy Executive Director of the National Planning Authority, senior government officials that we have present today, senior civil society leaders, leaders of the private sector. We have representatives from the media fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yes, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this National Stakeholders Dialogue on the National Development Plan 3. I would like to first of all thank each one of you for honoring our invitation. I think your presence here is a demonstration of your commitment to the national planning processes in Uganda. We want to appreciate the National Planning Authority for the partnership that we've had throughout this process, and more particularly really the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation that has worked with us to make sure that civil society voices find expression in the national, in the midterm review that they have just recently concluded. As you all know, the Uganda National NGO Forum works towards influencing development processes in Uganda, and we do this through a collaborative approach. And our collaboration is both with civil society organizations, our peers within the NGO sector, those that we work with collaboratively to find, to make sure that citizens' voices really find expression in government development processes. But also our collaboration focuses on the government of Uganda, and more specifically, different ministries and departments of government that work on these development processes. So we are proud of the partnership that we've had with the National Planning Authority, and also the Ministry of Finance that is supposed to be represented here today in this particular process. And Moses did mention that in July 2022, the NPA started the MTR process. And the review was assessing continued relevance of the NDP3 and progress towards achieving some of the objectives that are highlighted in the NDP3. To contribute to this process, civil society organizations were invited to be part of the technical team that provided technical oversight to this process. However, only 2 slots were provided to civil society organizations, and we felt to get citizens' voices involved as well and get more civil society organizations involved in this process, that it was very fundamental to have what we call the civil society position paper on the MTR NDP3. And we coordinated different civil society organizations across the country. We conducted consultations with various stakeholders, both within Kampala and outside of Kampala, to come up with the position paper that we shared with you earlier yesterday. Our findings of that process, from that process, reveal that while there has been progress in some of the areas, there are still significant structural bottlenecks that hinder the progress on some of the targets of the NDP. For example, we found out that there's a slow implementation of some of the core projects, with majority of the projects, actually about 26%, still on the ideation stage. We also discovered that there are certain, while the budget is, the national budget is aligned to a certain extent, about 70%, in some cases 68% to the NDP, there are still, that alignment is not enough to help achieve some of the objectives. We're also pleased that the government of Uganda has taken this conversation about debt sustainability very seriously. We note that whereas the rise in debt stock is on the account of increased external borrowing due to revenue shortfalls and the rise in the fiscal deficit resulting from the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic that Moses talked about earlier, we do hope that in the remaining period that the government of Uganda can put in place feasible measures to curb wasteful government expenditure and further align the budgets to the NDP3 priorities. Finally, one of the issues that has been discussed variously in the public domain is this conversation around public corruption. And the MTR does actually reveal that corruption is one of those challenges that still hinder progress on some of the objectives of the MTR. And we all understand that corruption in Uganda is a bit very complex, that even those that are suspected to have been corrupt can vehemently and publicly, condemn corruption. So we are hoping that in the remaining period, there's demonstrable political will to address that problem so that we can have progress in some of the objectives that we have. We would like to thank definitely those who participated in this process, the district local government officials in the districts that we visited, the National Planning Authority, particularly for moving with us in all the districts that we went to, civil society organizations, including CSBAG, I saw Mr. Julius Mukunda here, Accord, and those that participated in the process of consultations, but also contributing ideas to the paper that we developed. As you know, the NDP3 underscores the imperative of stakeholder engagement or involvement for us to achieve the objectives that are in the NDP. And we believe that this dialogue that brings together the private sector, civil society organizations and representatives from the media and government officials is one of those major steps where ideas from all these stakeholders can be collected to improve some of the issues that have been identified during the evaluation process. I would like to thank the panelists, the people who agreed to be on the panel. We have district LC5s from some of the districts, including Ibanda district, who traveled yesterday to be part of this dialogue. Oxfam International for agreeing to be part of the panel, CSBAG. We also have representatives from the Ministry of Finance who agreed to be part of the panel, and we are hoping that you'll share your exciting ideas on some of the topics that we have allocated you in the program. This dialogue is a beginning of a series of conversations that we'll be having from now until the development of the NDP4. And we are hoping that we can work with you and continue involving you in this process, and you will be generous to share your ideas to inform the processes. I also would like to thank the European Union that have generously supported this particular process, and we appreciate the partnership that you have towards the Ugandan people. At this particular moment, I would like now to invite the Deputy Executive Director of the National Planning Authority, who will officially give his remarks and officially open this dialogue. Thank you. And I'll sit here until, I'll stand here until he comes, so that you can clap for me as he comes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I have known Chris for quite a bit of time. That is how humorous he can be. And I think before his current position, we worked together while I worked for the NGO board, and I see a number of colleagues here. Ndugu Richard is here, and also earlier, while working for the private sector, I have colleagues whom I can identify in the room. So I'm very delighted, therefore, this morning to be here, not just as the Deputy Executive Director of National Planning Authority, but representing the Deputy Secretary to the Treasury, who was supposed to have been here to make these remarks. Fast forward, before I turn on the script that I have before me, I think this is a very great opportunity for us as National Planning Authority particularly, to be able to be amidst the civil society organizations, the private sector representatives and leaders, and indeed on an occasion where we are dialoguing issues to do with national development planning. So a dialogue such as this one would be very critically important for us. In the first instance, it is good. It provides a feedback to how the process of planning are going, but also to how implementation is being assessed by different stakeholders. So all of this together with us provides the country an assessment in terms of how we are performing. So I congratulate the organizers of this beforehand. I really congratulate the organizers of this event, because it is going to be very useful for us as National Planning Authority, but also for all of you individually in your respective roles in the development process of the country. Okay, let me now turn to the remarks that I have. I can only stand on the protocol that has already been established here, and in the interest of time, I will not go through it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this national stakeholders dialogue on the national development planning as it has been already said. Today, we are gathered here to engage in a critical conversation on the future of our nation and on the steps we need to take to achieve our development goals, especially after the National Planning Authority undertook the midterm review of the NDP3. And as we all know, development is a continuous and a dynamic process, and it requires the participation and the collaboration of all stakeholders. The government, the development partners, the civil society organizations, the private sector, and indeed citizens all have a crucial role to play in shaping the development agenda for our country. This forum, therefore, provides us with an opportunity to reflect on our progress so far and chart a way forward. It also allows us to share our ideas, experiences, and perspectives on how to mitigate the development risks facing our nation and harness the opportunities that lie ahead for us to have full economic recovery. We all have a stake in the development of this country, and our collective efforts are essential in achieving sustainable development that leaves no one behind. It is therefore important that we engage in a constructive and respectful dialogue, listen to each other, and work together towards a shared vision of development that will inform particularly the NDP4, whose preparation will start in earnest soon this year. As we engage in this dialogue, let us bear in mind that our decisions and actions today will have a profound effect and impact on the future of the nation. Let us therefore commit ourselves to the principles of transparency, accountability, and inclusivity as we work towards a better future for all our citizens. I wish all of you very fruitful discussions, and I look forward to the outcomes of this National Stakeholders Dialogue on the National Development Plan 3. I hereby declare this dialogue open. I thank all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, the Deputy Executive Director of the National Planning Authority. And I would like to, at this particular point, invite Mr. Ope. Now, that name is going to make me bite my tongue. But Mr. Operamo, did I pronounce it right? Oh, dear. Okay. Vincent, who is going to give the keynote address on behalf of the National Planning Authority. And after the keynote address, if you don't have a copy of the program, we'll have a panel discussion which will be moderated by Ms. Agnes Chirabo, who is the Executive Director of Food Rights Alliance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so our address, as provided in the program, bears that title, The Reality of Development Planning, amidst multiple crises that we have had. I think the previous speakers have given a hint on a number of them. So our mantra is this, that those who fail to plan actually plan to fail. So planning has been very important, and the crisis that we have had have actually emphasized that planning continues to play a key role within all our undertakings, especially when we faced the COVID-19. So to begin, that right now in Uganda, we are pursuing what we call a comprehensive national development planning framework. This started in 2010, but the cabinet decision that brought us to that was passed in 2007. That we are now transitioning from the PEEP, you recall the PEEP, the Poverty Eradication Action Plan. We focused previously on specific sectors of the economy, social mainly. So if you look at the PEEP, the focus was on UPE, primary education. Then later, at a certain time, we said USE, health. But under comprehensive, we expanded the mandate to include job creation. This is now beyond poverty, economic growth, and also socio-economic transformation. That is what we call the comprehensive national development planning. That's what we are now doing. So to show you in brief our comprehensive planning framework, how it looks like, we have a long-term vision 2040, 2010 to 2040, because comprehensive planning started in 2010. Below that, we have the 10-year planning framework, the long-term plan. So we have 3 long-term plans delivering that vision 2040. Then a 5-year NDP, of which we are now in 3, which is the theme of our discussion today, dialogue on NDP 3. Then we introduced what we call the program implementation action plans. We talk about the program planning. And then strategic plans of ministries, departments, agencies of government, and also local governments. But as we say, this integrated planning, we also work with civil society, private sector, within that very framework. So on an annual basis, we have what we call an annual work plan and a budget. So that's our comprehensive planning framework. That's how it looks like. So to talk about the vision, just a hint that by 2040, this is what we're aiming to attain. That we must have, by that time, a transformed Ugandan society from peasant to modern and prosperous country. So at all stages, we measure what do we mean by a peasant country, what are the qualities of a peasant country, what are the qualities of a prosperous country. The main measure that we use here is GDP per capita, that by that time we should have 9,500 in terms of GDP per capita. But even if we talk about GDP per capita, right now our nomenclature has changed. We're now talking of household income. As you know, GDP is national income divided by the national population. It doesn't take care of who has it, how many have it, but when you talk about household income, we are trying actually to define how do we reach to a wider group, not just a productive section of the population. So how do we get there? A two-pronged approach. We harness the opportunities in one arm, and then the other one is strengthen the fundamentals. By fundamentals, we mean the physical infrastructure, the human beings, the human capital. We have infrastructure, human capital, science, engineering, technology, defense, and security. Those are the fundamentals which you must have before you take advantage of any of the opportunities you have. Looking at our planning, 2010 to 2020, that was our focus. Infrastructure. We can measure the success rate, how much we have attained. Infrastructure indicators, how much energy have we generated? We have been increasing in that regard. Access to ICT, transport in all forms, road especially, and also now water, the ferries and other means. We have been working on infrastructure. So now in NDP 3 going forward, we say we're going to focus on the social components. Having built the fundamentals, we want now to harness the opportunity, and we are changing to focus on agriculture, tourism, minerals, oil and gas, industry, knowledge ICT, and all the other opportunities that we have as listed in that. So we'll just talk about this so that I'll focus on the left-hand side here. That what do we do as NPA, and what's the importance of our work in liaison with the civil society, private sector, or in short, non-state actors. We monitor and evaluate public projects and programs. We don't do it in isolation, we work together. The MTR we did it participatory, engaging all actors from all spheres of the state, liaising with the private sector and civil society in the variation of government performance. That is within our act. It is stipulated within our law. So it is one of our core functions. That whenever we do a review of performance of government, we liaise so that we own it. We look at it from the perspective of both the public and private sector. So, in addition to that, we also study and publish independent assessments of key social and economic policy issues and options. NP is also a knowledge institution. Just like university, we produce knowledge. We disseminate knowledge. And we're also maybe one of the biggest consumers of knowledge in the country. So we publish, we research, and we use the knowledge. We ensure all national plans are gender and disability sensitive, of course, including all of the cross-cutting issues. I've just mentioned two there. But now there are 17. We take care of them in our guideline. We have expounded how we work on such. One of the most important things in the NDP3 is that we also moved from the sector approach to the program approach. Now, in the program approach, we introduced the component of working together, synergies. That previously it was common for people to work individually. If you're a commissioner for engineering, for railways, your only task was to rehabilitate or to construct a railway line expressed in terms of kilometers. But now I want you to define that expression. How does it contribute to growth, over improvement in transport, to export, to employment, to industry? So in the program approach, all workings of individual MDAs or local government or CSOs should be defined in terms of how they contribute to the workings of others and therefore to the transformation of the economy. So, as you see here, the entirety of the development plan goals, objectives can only be delivered through collaborations and partnerships. And that's what the program approach entails. In line with our programmatic reform, we work together with all the stakeholders towards delivering the goal. So why did we go program? For a number of reasons. First, to improve governance. When we were developing NDP3, we had what we call the accelerators. We defined them, we did some calculations, and we came up with 3. Governance, which had a capacity to improve growth by 68%. By governance, we mean how do we control financial flows, delivery of results, accountability. That if you took control of that, you have a 70% chance of achieving your result. The other one was environment. That if you invested in environment, improving the safety of our environment to mitigate the effects of climate change, we also have about a 40% chance of attaining growth. Then industry as the key driver of employment. So governance is very important in NDP3, and here we say we need to strengthen the link between plans and budgets. NDP 1 and 2, we had a budget estimate for the 5 years across each of them, 2010, 2015, then 16 to 20, more than about 300 trillion. If we add state funding, plus development partner funding, plus all funding by the private sector and others. Now, that was our targeted expenditure. It was attained. But then, in implementation, whereas we reached the expenditure as had been projected, we didn't attain the results. So which means the budget overperforms more than the planning. So in here we're saying in the program, let's target the expenditure towards the program component so that we harmonize the delivery of the results. Better linkage of the resources to the results, that's accountability, so that whatever results we aim to achieve, we must commensurate it or equate it to the resource that we are going to deliver. Sequencing of programs, from here we can tell what we start with. Is it railway first if we are to do industry? Do we begin with training people? Do we begin with the health? So in the program approach, we did some sequencing. That what we start with using the project methods. That what comes first, what will follow next, what do we do in year 1, year 2, and year 3. Synergies is yet another one. As we said, here we're breaking silo, which was common in sector. That in sector, when the engineers met, they met to do engineering work. It was common, therefore, to see that a road has been constructed by the transport engineers. Then the water engineers and the telecom engineers come and cut the same road. So in program, we're saying work together, come together as infrastructure group, define what you are going to deliver so that you have harmony. Coordination and then also harmonization. So in all, we have 20 programs in the NDP, 5 objectives, 20 strategies and 20 programs to deliver our goal, which is to increase household income and improve the quality of life. In NDP 1 and 2, you recall, we spoke about GDP per capita to reach middle income at a certain stage. But looking at, we didn't forget the GDP target. We use it for measuring our growth on a yearly basis. But as we said, we are now focusing on the human aspect. We're talking of household income. So when you hear about PDM, the parish development model, this is about household. But how do we reach all the households without leaving no one? Okay, that's what they say, leaving no one behind. How do we actually make everyone participate and contribute? The theme is sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. So our theme on industry, again, we hinge it on the Africa Agenda 2063 SDGs. We talk about leaving no one behind. We talk about inclusivity, employment, and wealth. We're targeting the population. So we have 5 objectives. We modeled them along problem analysis. That what are the key 5 problems Uganda is facing. So if you look at those objectives, they reflect our targeting towards solving the problems. That value addition is one of the things we don't do. We export raw products. So we say we need to enhance value addition. We look at our private sector, what do we do with it? We need to strengthen it. And then infrastructure, as you said, we need to consolidate. We have been having budgets for infrastructure development, but consolidation means we also need to maintain as we expand, as we develop that infrastructure, we maintain what we have. Otherwise, you can keep increasing while losing what was already there. So when you construct a road, as you keep constructing, you maintain the already existing road. Increasing productivity, inclusiveness, and well-being of the population. Of course, we used to have statistics, but kind of a mockery that you need 1 Kenyan to do what 5 Ugandans can do, 32 Ugandans to do what 1 American. They question our productivity, of course, using their own measures, which we don't subscribe to. Then the role of the state, that even if we have been pursuing private sector-led growth, we now need the state to be there. So relating to each of the objectives, we constructed programs. For instance, when we talk about value addition, we talk about agriculture, minerals, petroleum, tourism, environment, natural resources, land and water management. That's where we talk about value addition. And then private sector, we also have manufacturing, digital transformation, and private sector development. So these are the key programs that are driven by the private sector. But we are saying we need also the state to be a big player in this. So what were the crises? Just to give a hint of them, I said they were hinted already by the previous speakers. That NDP 3, the first lockdown was announced on 20th March 2020. That's the time we're finalizing NDP 3. We're now launching it. So we updated it. We integrated the component and the consequence of COVID by then. So our strategy was household income, industrialization, employment. Now when COVID came, it fought those elements and confirmed actually that our strategy was valid, that we need to continue with the pursuit of poverty reduction through household income, job creation, and employment. So if you look at the crisis that we faced that time, inflation at one point, exchange rate volatilities, financial crisis, poverty, inequalities, health-related crisis. Of course, we had the COVID, at one time Ebola, and also other epidemics. Remember, even the crops had armyworm, we had the floods, drought. So all that affected our production, so that we had at one time no food. But incidentally, during COVID, we had labor move from wherever they were to the agriculture sector. We had food, and the price actually at one time went down. Then also other related wars. So climate change, we talked about it, environmental-related crisis, slow implementation, and then of course we had corruption and a number of others. So what did they do? We had a deterioration in the delivery of our goals and targets. When we developed NDP 3, we had certain assumptions that we are going to grow at 7% growth rate throughout the 5 years, assuming that the resources are going to be available, the political stability will be there, macroeconomic stability. But then, as COVID hit, revenue was affected, funding declined, debt went up. So our assumptions did not hold at that time. So we had to review the growth targets. So that by end of year 1 of NDP 3, we had a growth rate of about 3.1 to 3.5%. So we made another optimistic projection that by end of NDP 3, that is June 2025, we are going to have a growth rate of 5.2%. Though of course we projected a 5 to 6 growth rate, but we have hitched it at a 5.2 growth. So socioeconomic indicators deteriorated. Remember, our schools were closed for 2 years. So we had children losing a year of schooling. So last year we had a P7 class which had 2 candidates, group of 2. So now we're having that load pushed onto the secondary cycle. Senior 1 of 2023 is a double class. So these indicators are achieved were evidenced, of course, the issues in education, health, social well-being, poverty, and low economic growth rate, leading to increased inequalities and social disharmony. It also brought supply chain disruptions. Fuel at that time, you would get different prices by day or by area. Development financing, of course, increased vulnerabilities for future crises. Food insecurity. So we had that component. So how did we do it? How do we approach the crisis? Program approach, which we are already fronting, was one of them. So during COVID time, actually, we had a unified approach where all actors came together. People came as individuals, as NGOs, as private sector, government, to give food and everything, medicine, whatever they could do. That was already following our design of the program approach. The integrated national financing framework to harmonize development assistance, that's another way. Disaster preparedness at OPM, so we have interventions which went towards that. People were given food, especially in the urban area. Prudent spending. So now we are trying to be prudent in our spending. We did a re-prioritization within the NDP. Realizing that we cannot deliver as we had planned, we selected what is considered the most important priority. Those which can spur growth and elevate the population from the crisis that they had been. We have also incorporated risk planning. So for every strategy we propose now, going forward, when we say industrialization, we estimate the risks. And the likelihood estimator is also presented, that what's the likelihood of such a risk happening. And then we estimate the effects of such a risk, and therefore how to address it from the start. So we're projecting the costs and the effects of the events that may happen if it doesn't go that way. Participatory planning, budgeting implementation, so we talked about that. Then research and evidence is also key. So remember when we had the lockdown and the economy opened, the second lockdown came, which was not anticipated by anyone. And it persisted. So until NPA again came to say, even if people are sick, the economy is becoming sick. And if the economy is sick, then the people will even stop being sick, they will actually start dying. So NPA gave advice, which was later implemented, that we need to do a phased opening of the economy. And that is what actually the people responsible for such policies followed. So we did the phased opening. So even when the Ebola lockdown was proposed, we still fronted the idea. We presented our risk projections again, that another lockdown and the consequences were greater. So it was not, that's why we didn't have lockdown. So when we reprioritized, we followed certain criteria. That was part of our strategy to respond to the risk in this crisis. That what we do with the little money or the reduced capacity available to government. We said something, the president kept giving directives. Like we said, now we need to help the people who are impoverished. Something on environment, that we need to vacate people who are in swamps and who live in swamps and grow crops there, industries. So we considered it a priority. If anything, increase the government revenue. That's also a priority. So when we are doing the funding within our allocation of the limited resources, we said all agencies that implement the revenue, we support. If anything had a multiplier effect, if an investment in such an area leads to growth of other areas also. For instance, if you talk about urbanization, it can cause industrial growth, employment. If something generates such, then it's also a priority. If it aids economic recovery, and then it improves household income and food security, because these are the two we address first at the core, that we need income in the households, we need food for people to survive. Affordability, is it achievable? If the project is so expensive, even beyond the means, then we drop it. So something that is affordable, we take it as priority. Within available fiscal space, supports resilience, that it can elevate people back to the state they were. So the aim was to restore the economy to the state it was. Then we thrive later. First was restoration. If it operationalizes PDM, because PDM here is key, the Paris Development Model, is our model of improving household income, and by reaching even to the lowest of the households, who are not necessarily reachable in other way of policy. So our policies tend to be, they reach somewhere, but PDM is a general application. If it improves government efficiency, something that use of ICT, for instance, like during that time, actually, the digital transformation program became prominent. We're having Zoom meetings, we continue having Zoom meetings. Schools were studying online. A lot of activities were happening now. Even trade was being done online. So the digital transformation program actually became pronounced. So in the crisis, we're using mainly IT as our lead. So in that regard, giving you the principles of the budget for 23-24, and maybe also 24-25. That the budget had those elements, having incorporated those recommendations, which were for prioritization. That we prioritize defense and security, PDM, fast tracking the fast oil, irrigation for food security, road maintenance, we talk because it is affordable. We are not going to prioritize construction, but maintenance first, because it is feasible. Electricity transmission, and also rehabilitation of the transmission lines. Many of the lines are collapsed, so now they're preferring to do concrete lines or metallic line. So transmission and rehabilitation is also a priority. And salary pay reform for the army and scientists. So to achieve our response to the crisis when we're planning. Those are the recommendations we gave, and we're taken up for the budget implementation. We conclude by saying that the discussion is timely, and indeed, the crisis negatively affected our planning, but we didn't sit, we acted as I've just demonstrated. Whereas there are some effects towards the crisis and risks, they are not enough, so we need to continue working. So it is a work in progress. And it takes such meaningful partnerships with all stakeholders, including CSO and others, to solve this crisis and risks. So we also advocate for participatory approach. So thank you very much for your attention.
Another round of applause for our keynote speaker. And because the organizers hit my principles of food first and anything later, so you'll clap a little bit louder. Can we see if you can really do it? Thank you so much for such a very rich keynote speak. ꜱᴛᴏ���ᴏᴜᴜ is my name once again. By God's grace and with honor and humility, I'm the one that is going to moderate the next session to test the inclusivity, the participation, the leaving nobody behind, the transformation, the dynamism. Those are some of the terms the keynote speaker, among others, has used. Time check. It is exactly 10 a.m. Wow, congratulations, National NGO Forum. I therefore take this opportunity to invite my eminent panelists to take their seats from bottom up. There was a time the keynote speaker would not leave this by not saying bottom up, but these days they say leaving nobody behind. Okay, from bottom up, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Madame ᴅɪᴜᴏᴜᴜ from Oxfam, Uganda. Madame Sophie, please majestically and gently take your seat. Thank you. That applause welcomed you. I don't know whether it is the measure of your weight, but that is how they've chosen to clap for you. And next to Madame ᴅɪᴜᴏᴜᴜ, allow me to invite Mr. Stephen Asimwe. These are the money makers, the spine of our economy from the private sector. Mr. Stephen Asimwe, please take the floor. Thank you so much. That is Mr. Stephen Asimwe from the private sector. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Madame Monica Basemera. Madame Monica Basemera, the coordinator of Team Up. Can you team up, Madame Monica? Yes, take the floor, take your seat, and please, you're welcome. Next to Madame Monica, let me invite Mr. Herbert Mayanja. The last time I knew they were referred to as Honorable. I don't know whether they do still. Honorable Herbert Mayanja is the chairman LC5 Ibanda district. Please, you guys, the next time you're called and the audience doesn't clap for you, you will know what exactly it means. And finally, for now, please put your hands together for my senior, Mr. Julius Mukunda from Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. If you knew what CS BAG does, you would have clapped better. Yes, thank you so much, and you're welcome, Julius. Moving forward, we are still expecting Mr. Ismail Magona from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. So we are still hopeful. Please join us in prayer that Mr. Ismail can trickle down. The Minister of Finance is not very far from here, but we do believe that he's going to join us. This is the panel that is going to dissect the keynote from their own perspective. And my eminent panelists, welcome. Each one of you has 10 minutes. And to open up this discussion, Madame Monica Basemera, please, from your perspective, planning in the social sector services, are there any barriers? Are there any enablers in your experience? Please take the floor.
Thank you. I wonder if I'm audible. Can everyone hear me? It's on? Everyone can hear me? Okay, thank you very much. My name is Monica Basemera. I'll introduce myself again. The keynote speaker has spoken very eloquently, and I'd like to thank NPA for the work that they do, and welcome everyone. Put it on my lap. And I would like to welcome everyone that's here. When I look at the planning and the social service sector, we have to engage with the human capital development. In many cases, when we plan, yes, we talk about it, and sometimes to the people out there, it feels like it's lip service. There's so many gaps that we look at and the bottlenecks that happen in terms of resource development, human resource development, financial inclusion, leaving no one behind. When you look at the social sectors, you're looking at people who are often marginalized. I'm going to use a case study of Team Up Uganda, where we're working with youth who at the moment take up about 70% of the population in Uganda. In Team Up Uganda, we're looking at, we started with multi-sector interventions, and now we're looking at cross-sector interventions. How do we do that? We make sure that we're looking at sectors that are crucial in the lives of young people. At the moment, we're looking at 15 to 30, and we look at what are their needs when we're planning for them. What are their needs in terms of health? We look at sexual reproductive health, which includes family planning, which includes information and access. We look at agriculture, what puts money in the pockets of young people. We look at water and sanitation, and then we combine this. Initially, as the keynote speaker said, people are working in silos, people are planning in silos, and it becomes very important to integrate all the planning, looking at how we develop the human resources that we have in the country. If you look at an average household in Uganda, many of them have young people living there. Do they have access to information about how they protect their sexual reproductive health? Once they have that information, do they have employment, Are they engaged in sectors like agriculture, agribusiness? Do they have access to finance? Do they, and once they have that, do they have access to functional, reliable water? And here we're talking especially about young people living in rural areas in Uganda. Do they have access to functional water? Under Team Up, one of the assessments that we looked at the fact that we have so many boreholes in the country, and yet many of them are not functional. We set up all this, we plan for these things, we say, okay, we've created a borehole, but it's not functional. Once it breaks down, no one is there to repair it. So we come in and say, let's get the community engaged in ensuring functionality of their water. How do they pay? How do we teach rural youth and rural communities that they have a stake in their development? How do we mobilize them to know that when we are putting down the NPA, it's not just top level, but it has implications in their lives. How do we engage them in budget planning? Are they going to sub-county levels? Do they know that they can? Are they empowered? Are youth empowered enough to know that they can engage in the budget plannings, the budget meetings that are held at sub-county? Can they take that then to the district? Can they youth, and we call them youth champions, can they speak up for themselves? When you're planning for them, are they engaged in that planning process? Do they feel that the plans that we make for them actually speak into their lives? Do they feel that they're being heard, and therefore, once they know that they're being heard, is there uptake of the services that we are bringing to them? Because I think one of the bottlenecks that we have is that you bring a service and a young person, there's no uptake, because first of all, they do not know that this service belongs to them. I'm sitting at home, do I know that I have a stake in making sure that my water source is clean? When government puts forward a borehole, do I know that as a community, this is our borehole and it has to be maintained. And it's the community responsibility to make sure that the young people know and are educated about menstrual hygiene management. These are things that are basic to many households. And as we plan together, and this is now the call that I bring to now the national level, as we plan together, it's essential that marginalized youth, you know, many of them in rural areas, are brought and are part and parcel of this planning, are engaged in our civil society work that we do. I know that this is something that everyone has pushed. Are women involved as well? If we have a water source in the community, do we have women in leadership position? Is it just participation? I've come to this meeting and I'm sitting in a meeting and someone speaks, I clap. Or am I sitting here and speaking out loud? And that's what we call human capacity development, you know? Are we, oh, okay. Is my 10 minutes done?
Yeah. So. Okay, yeah, in 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. So overall, what I wanted to bring to this and to the NPA to say thank you so much for moving away from the sector conversations and actually bringing the discussion to program level and ensuring that as we have these multi-stakeholder engagements, we understand the importance of working together as CSOs, as government, as agencies, as the marginalized people in the communities. That is an overall effort that we all work together to sustain and make sure that the country develops and the quality of life in the country is actually increased and improved.
Oh, thank you so much, Monica. Monica is asking more questions. Is it this? Is it the other? Is it happening? Is it not happening? Is it what you want? Is it not what you want? Is it... Sophie, Monica is talking about the people and what the people expect to see and what they are actually experiencing, somehow creating a picture that there is a giver and a taker. But to you, Sophie, from Oxfam, speaking from the citizenry point of view, what is the role of the citizen in this whole planning and development process, if there is no one to be left behind?
Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers for this discussion. Before I get to the role of the citizen, I would like to start from the angle of citizen participation. What is citizens' participation and why is it important? And this is a way through an active process through which beneficiaries affect the implementation and the direction of development, looking at the improvement of their welfare and other fundamental needs. So as we plan, we are looking at providing, government is looking at providing services or responding to the needs of the ordinary citizens. And that can't happen without having the voice, having the contribution, having the participation or the involvement of the final beneficiary, who is the citizen in this case. And so citizen participation comes to the involvement of the citizens and looking at how you shape the results of development initiatives to lead to get the maximum benefit in what is being done for these citizens. And part of that is to have ownership and also have the ordinary citizen benefit from whatever government is providing. So citizen participation is an opportunity to have a voice for citizens in all the processes, including what we are discussing today, which is the planning process. Now, from that, going back to your question about the role of the citizen, I will start off with Article 17 of our Constitution, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, that details the duties of a citizen. And I'll put emphasis on 3 or 4 areas. One is protecting and preserving public property, that is 17(1)(d). And then 1G goes to paying our taxes as citizens, combating corruption, and then the creation of a clean and healthy environment. And those are going to be my areas of emphasis as I talk about the role of the citizen. We have, apart from the Constitution, we have a number of planning frameworks for example, the NDP3 that we've gone through, but also the Public Finance Management Act that also has a provision of a citizen being involved in the planning processes. So one of the roles of a citizen, the key role, is paying taxes. As citizens, it is our role to pay taxes, where every country is more stable or more reliant if it has its own domestic revenue. And that can come from paying taxes, which I've already emphasized. That is emphasized in the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. So our first role in the planning process is paying the taxes as a citizen for us to have the revenue that will provide the services that we need and respond to the needs of ordinary citizens. When we pay our taxes, then we provide an avenue for us to be able to receive services from government, and from those services we are able to, through citizen participation, we have a platform for citizens to provide constructive feedback on the services that are being provided in terms of the quality of the services and the quantity in which they are provided. When citizen participation is enabled, you have a platform to provide constructive feedback on quality services. And from that, moving to another point, that looking at the role of the citizens, the other is the participation in planning frameworks, which provides citizens the platform or the space to hold government accountable. So the avenue of citizen participation gives citizens the ability to monitor and track services that are provided to them, and through that they're able to see what is right, what is not right, what is going well, what is not going well, and areas for improvement. So they hold government accountable, and through that we see avenues that enable the provision of better services, or looking into what can be done better. When planning is done, you see what would address the needs and how it can be addressed. But with public participation, if there is an avenue of citizen participation, you're able to see what you planned against what is happening, and with constructive criticism that comes through in terms of providing feedback from the citizens, you're able to see what can be done better, going back to the drawing board and checking how this is being done and bringing in opportunities to improve in terms of provision of services for the citizens. But also, through participation of the citizens, it enables the empowerment of citizens to have a sense of ownership of the services, of the interventions, of the provisions that are being done by government. So it fosters the role of citizens here. When they are empowered through citizen participation, we have a sense of ownership, which fosters cooperation, leading to fewer conflicts, I may say, in terms of what is provided by government, and fewer litigation. If citizens are informed on what is going to be done through participation, they're able to I'll say, have a better platform to discuss some of the services that are being provided, and how, in the way of making services better, you reduce on some of the conflicts that could come up through service provision or poor service provision. So the role of citizens: 1, paying taxes; 2, providing constructive feedback on what is being done by government to enable ways of providing better services. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie. Listening to you, it seems like you just picked from a menu. I just add you 1 minute in case there is. If part of the role of the citizen is to receive free this, free the other, free seed, free piglet, free everything, just in case, where you picked from?
The role of citizens is not to receive. I started with the Constitution, that urges us to pay taxes. When we pay taxes, I'd say it's like how you see a government giving you a loan and it expects you to pay back. A bank giving you a loan and it expects you to pay back. So in this case, the citizen is the bank. We've given government a loan and we expect government to pay back to the citizens, provide services, quality services as expected. It's not give. There are interventions through planning. If you are looking at fighting poverty, for example, we plan to see how we will fight this poverty. And we look at empowerment services, we look at improving livelihoods. How are these going to be done? In this case, what we look at as give, what government is giving, it's providing services to you to improve your livelihoods as citizens, to improve your well-being. We have the parish development model. Government is using our taxes as citizens to provide this service. So we have a role as citizens to see that this service is provided in the way it should be provided. We fight corruption and ensure that it comes to us the way it should, in the quality it should, so that at the end we have the goal that we're setting to improve our livelihoods as citizens. So what we have now, and this takes me back to one of the duties I mentioned, the fight of corruption. If we have poor quality service, if it's inputs that are provided and they're poor quality, we are seeing right now we have a case that is ongoing around iron sheets and goats that are not of quality. These are areas where we look at as citizens and see how these elements can be fought, can be reversed to be able to bring, have citizens have what is due to them. So going back to the role of citizens, monitoring and checking how services are done, but going through planning, it enables the ability to provide these services in a timely manner, but also according to the quantity that we would expect and the quality that is expected. Thank you.
I think some other time we shall have a discussion, a deeper discussion on the issues of the social contract. So dear citizens, what you receive must be a service. You must participate in the manner it is given to you, and it is not a token. According to Sophie, let me turn to the citizens in this room this morning. On top of what Sophie has elaborated as your roles, I just wish to add 2 roles for today. 1, meals are served behind there throughout the session. So please, it is your role to go and serve food. And when you serve it, it is your role to ensure that you're accountable so you eat it all. So that's an additional role. Another role, make use of the notebooks and the pens before you, and you take note of your questions and your comments. After I have run through my panelists, I'm going to open up to you to ask the panelists the questions, and then later on, Chris is going to come and join me, and we pick the comments. Hope you have noted your roles. The people and participation are not working in silos, and making sure that the services reach to the people. Let me go to where the services actually reach the people. That is the local government. And I talked to Honorable Herbert Mayanja from Ibanda District. Honorable, how, if in any case, is your planning at local government connected to what the keynote speaker was talking about? Well, it is a different world there. Please take us through as a person in practice at that level. You've heard from the citizens, Monica and Sophie.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want you to allow me to thank the NGO Forum for organizing this wonderful dialogue. I'm happy Herbert Mayanja, District Chairman, Ibanda. As you have said, and according to what the presenters have presented, there is a very big linkage between National Planning Authority and the local government. what the national planning authority plans must be in line what the local government councils plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand that in local government, planning begins at the village level.
Okay.
By identifying priorities of the citizens at the village level, at the parish level, then those priorities feed into the sub-county plan. Then sub-county plans feed into the district plan. Then the district plan must be aligned with NB3 in order to hit Vision 2040. And it must be in line, of course, with NRM Manifesto. You have to look at NRM Manifesto, you have to look at NB3, you have to look at your plans, then you align them in order to achieve a Vision 2040. Ladies and gentlemen, at the district level, we plan depending on what we have received at the center. Once we receive the first core circular, that begins the genesis of our planning. The first core circular spells out clearly what you anticipate to receive from the center and give you the perimeters of your planning. Then the planning begins there and then by looking at the priorities of the village, priorities of the parish, priorities of the sub-county, and then you integrate them into the district plan. And the district plan must be aligned to the national development plan in order, as I've said before, to achieve Vision 2040, which is a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, planning, National Planning Authority, as I've said again, issues planning core circulars and planning guidelines, which guide the local government councils through the entire planning process. Of course, planning process considers very many steps before development plan is approved, both at the national and local government levels. For example, whereas the Parliament approves the national development plan at the national level, the district council approves the district development plan. Also, whereas the PDM was identified by the National Development Plan 3 to be the engine for socio-economic transformation, targeting 39% of households still under subsistence, the implementation of this program is at the parish level. This clearly shows the linkage between national and local government planning process. You know PDM, but it has got its own challenges. We are told that every financial year, parishes will be getting 100 million per financial year. But now we are 2 years down the road, the parishes have not, the circles have not yet received close to 50 million. And yet, we are told that every financial year, people are going to get 100 million. Even that small money which is on their accounts, they have not yet utilized that money. So it's a challenge, it's a crisis. We are being asked so many questions. Why and how, and sometimes we don't have clear answers to that effect. Ladies and gentlemen, you remember every year, district holds budget conferences where different stakeholders come together to discuss and plan for their district citizen participation. Similarly, at the national level, different stakeholders are also invited to plan and participate in the budget process. That shows the linkage between the local government and the National Planning Authority, or planning at the center. We are guided by Public Finance Management Act 2015. This guides the planning and budgeting process at the local government level. And at the same time, it also guides planning and public finance management at the national level. That shows the linkage between the local government and the national, the planning at the national level. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand that sometimes what we plan for at the local government is not what is implemented. You plan to do this in the financial year, and sometimes because of budgetary constraints, what you plan, you don't effect it to 100% because of financial constraints. Sometimes our plans are not well aligned to the NB3, National Development Plan, 5-year Development Plan, etc. Because of the political pressure, I may say, you find yourselves implementing something which you didn't plan or which you didn't have in your annual work plan. And that becomes a very big challenge. And sometimes there is an uncoordinated planning between the central government and the local government. For example, in a financial year, you may find that you have not planned for the planting of coffee seedlings. You don't have it anywhere in your plan as a district. But in the middle of the implementation of the budget, you see the lorries carrying sacks and boxes of coffee seedlings delivered at the district. And you ask yourself, where is it coming from? What is it for? They have delivered. Can't you take it back? They can't take it back. Where should we put it? Nowhere. And eventually you end up dumping that money, the taxpayers' money, into the sub-county. And you convince the farmers to accept the coffee seedlings. Sometimes they refuse, and eventually we lose out. That kind of uncoordinated planning system has really crippled the service delivery at the local government. There is also this system of hybrid procurement, whereby at the center procure some of the things, and then they inform the local governments. For example, you find that they are going to construct 3 secondary schools in your district. You are not aware that the process is going. They didn't consult you as a chairman, as a district, as a cow about the procurement, but you see a contractor coming. Mr. Chairman, I have come, I got a tender, I'm going to construct this school at this site. Then you take the gentleman to the site. The one whom you didn't participate in procuring becomes a very big challenge in monitoring and supervising him. Sometimes if you ask, you gentleman, I can see a problem somewhere. Someone will tell you, are you the one who gave me this job? Do you know where I got this job from? It becomes a very big challenge. So we need to harmonize that hybrid procurement system of the central government in order to incorporate local government systems, local government people to plan jointly on how to get the contractors to work on those projects. And sometimes because of uncoordinated planning, they normally send us money towards the end of the financial year. You are remaining with two weeks or 2 days to the end of the financial year, you see money coming. To do this, you can't utilize it. And then they say, please accept it. Then after you take it back. And when they are here discussing, they will say local governments fail to utilize all the monies that we send to them. And the whole blame shifts definitely to the LC5 chairperson and the cow, when actually the mistakes comes from the center. So we need to have that coordinated planning system in order to move things forward and effect proper service delivery to our citizens. There is also, we are in decentralization. But as we talk now, many things have gone back to the center, from decentralization to re-centralization. For example, the management of secondary schools is done by the center. And it becomes very hard as a district, cow, and technical staff to supervise someone whom they didn't participate in recruiting. The construction of those buildings is done by the center. And sometimes they do show the work. But because of here and there, you find it is very difficult for us as a district to fully monitor and supervise that work. Much as in the writings they say you have the powers, but practically, to be honest, our powers sometimes reach somewhere and hit a deadlock. Okay. So the issue of decentralization should be looked into. There is also another problem of revenue collection. We are meant to collect our revenue, send it back, then we wait for the ministry to resend it to us for us to do our activities. Okay. Sometimes we send the money and it delays to come back, and it becomes a very big challenge. And we are at the source, we are near the source of the fire, the citizens. When citizens get problems, they don't run to the ministers, they don't run to the big people in Kampala, they run to the local councils, chairpersons. We are at fire. They blame us on each and everything that the government commits, good or bad. So my request, if we align properly this planning process, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I know we shall streamline the planning process and deliver effective services to our people. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, chance favors the prepared mind. Also remember, good plans shape good decisions. Also remember that by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. May God bless you.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson Yl쏘ᴜnɪᴏ Ibanda. Districts, the 146 people like him are on fire, according to him. And I think that teases me automatically to go to my senior Julius. Julius, the chair, started innocently, elaborating what is written on paper, the ideal, and then ends by saying good plans leads to good work, failure to plan, you plan to fail. What exactly, because I know you, Julius, you read what is not written, you hear what is not said, you know how to flip this whole thing. Where is actually the problem, if in any case there is a problem?
Thanks, Agnes, and thanks my co-panelists really for the input, but also to NGO Forum and especially NPA. Agnes, I think NPA is one of the institutions that really has endeavored with all its might and weight and efforts to consult. Really, give them a clap.
And a good one. You
know, they've really they consult, and I think which is very, very, very important. I think for me is there is no doubt in my mind that we do not have a good plan. We have a good plan. There is no doubt in my mind. And priorities very well articulated and very well set. We have the best in this country. And if you see how it evolves, if you see how people come to conclusions, you would say, yes, we have the right things to do. And the question, therefore, is why is it that we are not achieving what we intended to do? And you always, and we can never fail to get scapegoats. Really, even if Russia and Ukraine never fought, we would find something to blame for our challenges. Even if COVID did not come, we would definitely find something as to why we have not achieved that. But I think there is one fundamental issue that in this country, and I think our colleagues from NPA needs to look at. I think we have failed to plan, to prepare ourselves to implement. That's the biggest challenge I think we are facing, and it is failing us to achieve most of the things. How prepared are we to implement? Even distributing kaunga. If we say there are people dying, let's give them kaunga. How can we deliver that before everybody dies? I'm told even the kaunga during COVID, some people are still waiting for it. So that's my really prayer point, and I think we need really to think through it very clearly. And it resonates well with even what the chairperson was talking about. One of the things I think is our inability to execute activities. I don't even call them project activities on time and on budget. If you read the Auditor General's report, you wonder who is implementing this country. Contracts are signed, we rush to sign contracts. And we go back home and sleep after receiving the commitment fee. We run back home and sleep. Money sits, waits there, 2-3 years down the road, then we run back and say, I think we should cancel this contract. Check the Ginger, the Ginger Kampala Express Highway. African Development Bank gave us money. It is still stuck there. We haven't touched it, but we are spending commitment fees on it. The meter gauge railway rehabilitation, monies are there. We've planned very well. We need to rehabilitate this railway line. Money sits there 3-4 years down the road. We wake up and say, I think we no longer need this money because we can't manage it. We cancel the contract. The costs of course cancellation, and these guys are very sharp. Cancellation fees, commitment fees, whatever it is, you find yourself in billions of lost taxpayers' money into that. You wake up and say, you start any project. In my mind, I'm like, why is it that we are never prepared to execute some of these programs? And I can feel NPA, by the way, because they have these programs very well articulated in our NDP. But like he said, when it comes to implementation, we do different things and put them aside. Why is that happening? It is happening simply because I think one of the biggest challenges we are facing is that our inability to enforce discipline and rules. If you are an accounting officer, the laws are very clear. Never commit the government if you don't have money. But time and again, you go ahead and commit the government, and the domestic areas are shooting up high on an annual basis. Who is there for there to sanction you and say, get out of here? It becomes very difficult. Our friend, the Minister of Finance, PSST, one day threatened and said, all cows who have not submitted the budget, I'm not appointing you chief accounting officers. The whole country was up in flame. Who are you to do that? In my mind, I'm like, if you are a cow, you've not submitted a budget on time, you expect them to execute which kind of budget that you have not submitted? We never looked at that. No, we looked at who are you to do that. So that's the kind of challenge we are facing. Because of that unpreparedness, then you have those price distortions. And I think that's something probably NPA could also guide us on that. What is the price of buying a pen for government? A pen, I'm doing a pen. The price of buying, how much does a government buy a pen? Do you have a price for government to buy a pen? Or even a sumbusa. If we go in an office to buy sumbusa, we are supplying sumbusa in an office. What is the price of a sumbusa in an office? If you go to ministry, sumbusa will cost 1,000. If you go in those ministries that don't have very big petty cash, it will be 500. If you go in a ministry where petty cash is a bit bigger, it will be 5,000. But don't we have a price of government goods and services in this country? Where is the price list? Simply because we never prepared to implement these programs. As such, you start a project in the middle of the way, a bag of cement which was costing at 30,000, along the way it is now 60,000. I think we have heard of our Hoima airport. The contractor has stopped. He said, please, we need to revise these prices. So if we cannot have a national price list for this country, I think that's another way we are planning to fail immediately. Because everybody will set their own prices depending on where they are. That's why the goats, they are saying they are costing, $500,000 a goat, and you are buying it from the neighbor. And after that, you buy it from them, and then you also give it to another one at a cheaper price. So what is the price of a goat in Uganda? No, not in Uganda, but at what price does the government of Uganda buy a goat? If you don't have that, anybody is going to set their own prices. And that's what takes me to okay. Now, what is the price of this mic? That's another part. That takes me to another challenge, which is standards. What type of a chair does the government of Uganda buy? Or what type of vehicle does the government of Uganda buy for its civil servants and its politicians? Is it a Mercedes-Benz? Is it a Land Cruiser VX? Is it a Land Rover? I don't know if you record the Santanas in this country or the Rauleers that we started with. What is the standard of building of a classroom or a health center? When you don't have a standard, it becomes difficult for me to demand accountability because you've set your own standard on how these things are going to be done. And the standard goes with the quality of the kind of things that we do. So I think for me, NPA, I congratulate you for a very good plan, but I think for me really is that those fundamentals, the critical, that a citizen is going to come and say, I know when I go to ᴅɪᴜᴜ, that ᴅɪᴜᴜ, you're supposed to have 3 health centers, 3 rooms each, with 2 windows maybe. But if I go there and I don't know what kind of health center we are supposed to have as a government, and it is difficult for me, even for you as the chair, to oversee the civil servants or the art engineer on what kind of health center that was built. Forget about even not informing you that we are building a health center. So once we do that, I think it would be very, very, very critical. It would help us to demand accountability. It would help us to have a uniform development. As citizens, if we're talking about citizens' engagement in the planning process, it again helps us to again tell government that these kind of health centers we are building now cannot help us. Please let's redesign and look for new standards. Agnes, the last one is we've popularized the national budget process. We have not popularized the national or the local government planning process. If you ask me, I can tell you the budget process from 1st July to the 30th of June, but the planning, I might want to skip that exam for a later date. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Julius. And if I don't know whether you have what you've done to the audience. There is total freezing. That's why they could not even clap for you after making such a very wonderful. But leave them alone. Don't mind. I'm yet to announce another role of the citizens if they are not clapping. Thank you so much, Julius, for that submission. Where is the national price list? Where is the national standard of certain services? It reminds me, you go in Chiriandongo, you go in Chiboga, you go in Gombe, it is easy for you to identify that that is a hospital because they all look similar. And according to Julius, that maybe, Chairman, you do not need to be told. You can only know that the minimum standard of what I'm expecting from Julius is this: you either deliver it or he doesn't. But maybe it's because we are a private sector led economy, we privatized. We are in a free market economy. And that takes me to Mr. Alan from the private sector. Senyondo, I've been told. Alan Senyondo? Yes, from the private sector. Are you still leading this economy? As private sector, are you still leading this economy? Or we are making a lot of assumption? And if you're still leading this economy, what has been your contribution to the successes or the failures of this planning process, especially in reference to the National Development Plan 3? Over to you, Alan.
Wow, thank you very much, Moderator Agnes, for this time. Allow me to start by saying I bring greetings from the chairman of the Private Sector Foundation, along with the executive director, who is the chief executive officer, Stephen Asimwe, and a team of us who are right now in South Africa for the Uganda-South Africa Business Summit, which has been graced by both presidents of Uganda and that of South Africa. They bring their greetings, and unfortunately they cannot be here because they are there opening markets for the private sector and the citizens of Uganda to the South African populace and economy, and vice versa. To the topic of the day. As you've heard the lamentations of my fellow panelists, you can imagine if the panelists are lamenting, what about he who pays for the government to do the work they are supposed to do? How do you think the private sector is lamenting? But we have left the book of Lamentations, and we are now in the realm of participating and trying to deal with the issues of planning. Allow me to start by this, just so that we set the stage. The population of Uganda is growing at about 3.2%. We've just been told by our keynote speaker that the economy is projected to grow. By 2025, that's when it will be at 5.5%. You're releasing 600 young people into this job realm every single year. You are actually about 44 million people in this country. Your budget is increasing by a number of percentage points. The question at hand is, where is this money all going to come from, even as we plan for the budget and as we plan in our national development plan? You all know that right now the debt to GDP ratio is above 50. And so we, as the private sector, would have sat back and said, let us contribute the finances and let the colleagues on the other side do the planning. But as we realize, we are in this boat together. We can't run away. Allow me to put a few teethers as we move. That indeed, as Bwana Julius, you have said, the National Development Plan 3 is a good plan. And the private sector indeed participated in the making of that development plan. May I also intimate to the colleagues in the audience and also the panelists that we have also contributed both financially and with our minds to the development of the second national strategy for the private sector development, a pillar also of the NDP3, which has just been launched on December 2022, and I encourage everyone to go and read through. However, I would like to say that, as my senior Julius has said, where do we fail? Is it the planning? But you see, I think we fail right from the understanding of what we are trying to do. Allow me to infuse another statistic so that I get those hands ready to clap for the panel better. colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at your GDP per capita, you are ranging between the 20th and 25th poorest country on earth. So even as we drive those Santanas and these other cars, yes, you are driving them in the 20th poorest country on earth. And our job in the National Development Plan 3 is to move away from being so poor, as the colleague has indicated to you, to go to the middle income status. And that means we must do a lot of work. And that brings me, therefore, to the issue of why does the private sector have to sit in the room and help in the planning? It is about the issue of, if you are going to give something, if you are going to plan to give, you must also plan to understand where you're going to receive from. So if you're going to give, first and foremost is, where are you receiving from? In other words, are the people producing enough so that we can then pay the taxes, so that we can then do all these beautiful things we want to do? But yet again, if even the little we are giving is not doing the work it is supposed to do, how then do we intend to increase the production and the productivity of the private sector and the citizens at large? So the issue is, even as we plan, and I've looked through the NDP through 3, I have looked at the National Strategy for the Private Sector Development, I've looked at all these things. The challenge, or our Achilles heel, is going to be at implementing those plans so that we can develop. If we are implementing those plans for the sake of development, we will not develop. I'll give an example. In the present day Uganda, if any of us here was a marketing manager, a finance manager in your own company, and you presented a plan, and it showed that the company you are working in, your department cannot help it to achieve more than the interest rate of your country, then you are actually not achieving. Now, for those of you who know what the interest rate of the banks are, if it is anywhere between 17 and 20, that means you who is borrowing must produce so that whatever you produce brings back more than 17 and 20%. So even as we have planned and brought these things at the national level, are we able to achieve faster, more, better than the rate at which we borrow, the rate at which we get the money? If we are not, we are in trouble. And therefore, what brings the private sector and the private sector foundation to the table is to push our colleagues on the other side to understand that implementation of this planning is crucial. I will begin to conclude by saying the following: that if we are going to plan, we must think as a nation. So it should no longer be an all government on deck, rather an all people, all country on deck. Number 2, development of a country is not a laissez-faire thing. It is a deliberate thing. There is not going to be one person somewhere developing the country and the other person sitting there back. I have heard of our youth and our human resource. How are we bringing this human resource in our implementation to ensure development of this country? Now, although we have spoken about all these things, our encouragement to our brothers at the National Planning Authority is not to cease to involve us. We are very much aware that certain things the government and our colleagues in government will not say. Ourselves and Julius and these people here are ready to say those things, so that we get all of us to move. And I like what Honorable Mayanja said. If we cannot achieve that at the bottom, I wonder, my brother, how are we going to achieve this parish development model if we are not careful at ensuring that that money comes on time so that those goods and services can be produced? So you see, it's a whole man on deck. And lastly, this is a little bit more to us all. We are all, first and foremost, homo economicus. For those of you who don't understand, at the end of the day, you are a person, and you are going to take care of yourself first. But if we do not take care of the generalities, the individual then fails to develop himself. And therefore, I will say this. Let us understand where the challenges are, and let us stick to finding solutions to those challenges. This is the last part I say. In the local language here, they say, entasima ebula ajiwa. In English, he who doesn't appreciate cannot receive. And therefore, please, may I request on behalf of the panel and the moderator for the audience to clap for our panelists. Entasima ebula ajiwa. Another round of applause, please, for them.
Thank you so much, Alan. And listening to all these eminent persons in this country, we are having a bilateral discussion. And one of us said, being a Ugandan is a full-time job. And then another one interjected and said, you ignore the job and abscond from duty. And now here on the panel, two people I think, and even others are in agreement that we have one of those supersonic plans. It's a very beautiful plan, meaning that NPA, you're off the hook, you have done your job, you've given this country a very good plan. But then the other person listening to us would wonder, what really qualifies a plan to be good? Listening to the Honorable Chairperson LC5 from the ground, listening to Monica, who is asking us more questions, wondering and looking for where the people are in terms of benefiting from this very beautiful plan, and listening to Sophie, and finally coming to the private sector that has ignored or just decided deliberately to answer my question whether still the private sector is leading this economy, or we have no leader. Where should we put the measurement to determine whether the plan is good or not? On the paper, well elaborated like Chairman Herbert did, elaborating the planning framework, and everybody can get excited, all sitting where Monica is, or Alan is in the private sector, or Sophie is among the citizenry. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your turn now. I have liberated that chair in honor of our keynote speaker to ease the audience. In any case, if they have questions to interact with you, please humbly, I request our keynote speaker to come and join the panel for the plenary and ease the audience. Chris and my co-moderator, please bear with my poor vision. It's a public knowledge, and help me pick. The first round of hands I'm picking, I do not invite comments. I'm inviting questions to the panel that is now fully constituted with our keynote speaker for clarification. And after that, then I'm going to invite the comments, and then we wrap up the plenary. I'm avoiding the comments on grounds that I don't want to open another panel in the audience that I'm not in control over. Who have you handed the first mic? Please, you have 2 minutes. Okay. Yes. Please remind us your name and your organization. Don't repeat what your organization does. The record already has it. Please take the floor.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Agnes, and thank you so much, the panelists. My name is Robert Riachira from the Environment Shield, Deputy Executive Director. I'd like to ask a straight question to the panel, how they think that the NDP3 has been very responsive, especially on issues of environment and climate change. Because Sophie made mention that one of the duties of the citizen is to ensure that we participate in promoting a clean and healthy environment. But we see that that time and again, issues of the environment and climate change are not mainstreamed. And for me, I think that it is the biggest threat to the realization of NDP3. There seems to be an agreement in the room that the NDP3 is a very good plan, and I agree to that effect. It's a very good plan. But I think, as the Deputy Executive Director of NDPS said, we don't only participate, as civil society, we don't only participate in the planning process, but we should also participate in the implementation of the plan. Because that's the issue. It doesn't help for us to have the plan, beautiful on the paper, but it's not implemented. So the biggest threat of environmental issues, disaster, climate change disasters that are ravaging our already vulnerable people in the local communities is very pertinent, and I think that's something we need to leverage on.
Thank you so much, Robert.
The last bit that I'd like to talk about is an integrated approach. How do we ensure that we have an integrated approach to these interventions? I have made a recommendation that since we have an opportunity of the parish development model that we are all making reference to, why don't we ensure that we use that opportunity to actually integrate environment and climate change awareness programs in that intervention, because it is reaching to the local community, the local people who are actually affected by these issues. We've talked about expediting and the issue of the oil, the first oil, which was in the keynote speech. It is a good thing, but we should be talking about how we should balance environmental sustainability and economic development, ensuring that the heartbeat and the issue of environmental sustainability, yes, we want the oil to grow our economy, but we should ensure that environmental safeguards and environmental standards are adhered to, because it doesn't help for us to grow the economy, but then when we're actually ravaging our very good environment.
So the question is, can we really exploit our natural resources while we are balancing the environmental sustainability?
Absolutely.
I'm inviting questions. Number 2. What is the next hand? Okay.
Thank
your
you
name
so
and
much.
quickly your question, and it is better if you direct your question to a particular panelist.
Thank you, Agnes. My name is Sophie Kange from IAF Africa, and the question goes to NPA. While we celebrate that we have a good plan in place, I'm intrigued and disappointed by the planning process itself. The LC5 chairperson has actually told us that the plans are distorted anytime, which is a challenge, but also the starting of the whole planning process. Having a top-bottom planning cycle, is there opportunity that we can have a top-up planning system, since everything is directed at the center? Otherwise, NPA, while we celebrate you, you're also planning to fail yourself when you limit everything coming from the center. Are we planning the right way? That's the question. And looking at the citizenry, what opportunities do we have? What power do we have to influence the planning process? Because there is a saying, with all due respect, that insanity is doing everything the same way all the time, expecting different results. We have done these things, but we are not getting the results. Recently, the president has said he's going to take charge of PDM, and it is one of your strategies that you think is going to transform the socioeconomic status of citizens. Are you failing also? Have you failed to give the president the right plan and strategies to implement PDM? Because the citizen actually is not in charge. Everything is coming from Kampala to the citizen. Thank you.
Sophie, are you sure His Excellency said that?
Yes, he did that. It's on record on TV. That yes.
Okay. And I think related to that, our keynote speaker, you heard the chairperson saying that whereas we have decentralization, everything has been centralized. Is it by design or by default? The next hand.
Thank you very much. My name is James Opito, the Executive Director, 괜ᴜ Forum. I'm going to be straight to my question. Uganda's planning cycle, if you look at it, it looks at urban, it looks at rural. Even how we name our administrative units are different, rural and urban. And when we look at our inflation, now the inflation rate is estimated at 10.4%. The question is, prices are so erratic. If you compare the urban economy and the rural economy, I think it's even worse for the rural economy because they're agricultural in nature and most of the products are more vulnerable to inflation. What is the role of planning in bridging this? Because I think if not taken care of carefully, it is something that will affect everything, including the PDM that we are talking about. And what is the role of planning in terms of the government's strategy to ensure that whatever is produced or whatever is made, the productivity we are talking about coming from the rural economy will be consumed, the products will be consumed by the outside stakeholders who will eventually, whose payments will eventually translate into uplifting the standards of those who are in the other rural economy. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think we are going to accord the numbers. That is the best way of managing plenary. My colleague, can you give those hands numbers? And I know. No, don't give coupons. People are going to expect. Don't treat this like iron sheets, please. Okay, we are having 13. Can I have number one take the floor very fast? After these 13 people, we are going to get responses from the panel, and then we switch to our colleagues online. The questions. Number one.
My name is ꜱᴜᴜᴜ Park, Uganda. I have two quick questions. One is to all the panelists. You all say you celebrate yourselves, you have the best plan. What makes you think that NDP3 is a good plan when it is easily rocked down and affected by crisis, which you pointed out? Two, to the executive, that is the president of the keynote address. What key entitlements and capabilities do you think or do you hope NDP3 will build in the citizenry to make them move to that middle income level?
Thank you, Benson. Number two. If you don't take care of your plot, it will be grabbed.
Thank you so much. This is ᴜᴜᴜᴜ from the Center for Women in Governance. The Honorable Chairperson from Uganda has said something about service delivery being constrained because the center releases money late and other such things. But during our work with the communities, we have come upon scenarios where
the money goes back to the center because the politicians fail to work with the technocrats. I don't know where this question is directed, but maybe anyone from the panel can answer it. What exactly are we doing to make sure that the roles are well spelled out and the working relationships between the technocrats and the politicians are well laid out for work to proceed and for service delivery to be seamless? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Josephine, number 3.
Atenyi Kamara, founder and director of the African Youth Peace Initiative. There are 2 questions that I have, and one is directed to the keynote presentation. You talked about the threats and risks, but also the emergencies that were characterized by the NDP 3. You talked about 2020 lockdown, 2021, and I just wanted to ask, in your planning or in the planning process, do you have some kind of what would call a contingency plan? Because to every development plan, you must anticipate risks, threats, but also emergencies. And right now we are what we would call a post-crisis recovery and reconstruction process, because the effects of the COVID can take a long time, or even 30 years or 10 years, the impact. It wasn't just it was a game changer. It wasn't just a crisis. It was a serious issue. Second, my question goes to Mr. Mayanja. I have had a deep engagement and interaction or assessment or interaction with the PDM. But in your presentation, you bring out pillar 3 as and this is what is actually around the country, and this is what has been eating many of these development plans and programs. You know, the PEEP, all those things. Why they fail is the politicization of these things, because the PDM has 7 pillars, and this is what we are not telling the people, the country. And those 7 pillars are very integral components of that. And actually, you'll realize that PDM will form the key, you know, the key aspects of the next development planning process.
Your question?
So we need to bring out these 7 pillars, not just look at the money giving out, financial inclusion, the giving out of disbursement of funds to these village whatevers. You know, because when you make it like that, then you kill the spirit of the development plan, the project or the program. And we miss some of these key 7 other pillars, which are very key: social services, and we are not talking about all these pillars.
So what is the question?
So my question is, how are we, you know, disseminating these pillars in the grassroots community, so that the people don't see PDM as just a giving of money, but
4.
a serious program.
Number 4.
Well, thank you, moderator. Thank you, the panelists, for the wonderful insights. My name is James Kleto Mumbere, and I work for the Uganda Water and Sanitation Network. I have 3 questions, and I will begin with a disclaimer statement that came from Mr. Mayanja, who said that Uganda is the 20th poorest country on earth. And that makes me think whether even our development plan is not the 20th poorest on earth. But going to the questions, I want to really direct my first question to Basemera Monica. She, in our presentation, spoke so much about youth vis-a-vis the development plan, the NDP3. And now my question is, are you comfortable praising the NDP3 amidst the labor externalization happening every day with its associated risks?
Question 2.
Question 2 still goes to Basemera. she talks about, I think this one cuts across all the panelists. She talks about the broken down boreholes. Good. And that brought me to the aspect of wash systems blindness, where government invests, so much, or probably even other development partners, but then you find like after 2-3 months, the borehole has broken down.
Your question?
And now to NP, the National Planning Authority, are we doing any much as we develop these plans to think through the blindness, there's so much investment that has gone to waste because of simple aspects like operation and maintenance? And very lastly, to still NPA, is that a good plan is as good as its implementation. In your own assessment, are you already satisfied with the current plan we have so that we actually propel our minds to go to NDP4? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5. Please, let's be quick. Time.
Thank you so much.
Coupons.
My name is Onesmus Ansime. My question goes to Mr. Alan Senyondwa. And I know the private sector plays a key role in implementing the environmental social governance. Of course, that's ensuring profit and purpose in shared value, strategic choices that matter to ensure that we have sustainable profit, purpose first entities. And PSFU, as the apex body for the private sector in Uganda, what is it doing to ensure that private sector companies unbundle sustainability in their activities?
Okay, number 6. If number 6 absconded.
Thank you. No, I was just behind. My name is Obed from World Vision. I have 2 questions. One for NPA. Now, for NPA, I would like to know, you said you are the best knowledge user and knowledge manager in the country. Do you also have a role of educating MDAs and other office holders about the planning process? I ask this because the Auditor General's report unearthed a lot of things that the chairman was raising. For example, with U-Gift. I give you an example of Sumbwe Seed Secondary School in Wakiso, which was said that the structural plan was bigger than the land in Wakiso, so the school could not be built because of that. So do we educate the MDAs or the planners at different levels? When we talk about presidential directives as number 1 of how we determine our priorities, do we also support the president to appreciate the planning process himself, not just us being feeders? To the last question, my second question is to PSFU. Thank you, sir. You mentioned something to do with, you used an analogy of the bank interest rates. I would really want to pick on your mind what a public organization or public entity like Uganda as a country would consider the profitability of this, because governments are not profit-making by nature. So if government borrows to provide health services to their people, how then do they quantify this to say that the loan is actually getting more than the interest rate? Thank you so much.
Number 7. If 7 abscond, we go to...
Thank you very much. I'm Flavia Chomkama from AGA. My question is to the keynote speaker and Sisi from Oxfam. Mine is around mindset and also about the citizenry. And I'm concerned about the allocations. The plan allocates a lot more resources and priority to security. And I would like to find out and have a feel of your mind on the apathy that goes on with the citizenry, to the extent that we are seeing children burning children, the arson that goes on in schools. How does the plan deliver and protect the communities? Because I see a big budget every other year, supplementaries on security, but our people, the arson in schools, in markets is going on a daily. How does this plan deliver on that to protect us? And also, how has the plan delivered on mindset change in light of corruption and the failure to follow standards and ethics? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 7, number 8. We go to 9. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Edward Katende, a citizen of Kagirikam Parish, but an executive director of Uganda Development Forum. My question is going to Julius, that you stated one of our problems is failure to plan properly, to
For
prepare.
implementation.
Yeah, plan properly to prepare ourselves to implement. And a few years ago, when we had a similar meeting at Office of the President, the late Samba Mugerwa was furious that we talked about the failure of PMA, Plan for Modernization of Agriculture. And he quarreled with us. He said, I am only a planner, I'm not even an implementer. And today, our colleague Vincent from NPA could quarrel with us. He has a plan, but we know the plan is not implemented. So Julius, who is responsible for this failure to plan for implementation? Because we are seeing it in PDM and it is hitting us badly. 2, how do we as civil society help government to address this gap? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 8, number 9. We go to 10. 9 is up. Okay, number 9.
Number 10.
Number 10.
Thank you. I'm ᴅɪᴜᴜᴜ from Climate Action Network. I congratulate the government of Uganda on the achievement on the loss and damage facility at COP27. However, there is need to discuss who contributes to the fund, who is eligible to receive, and the modalities to be followed to receive the fund. What is Uganda's plan in this regard? 2, what is the government plan to tap in the private sector to raise climate finance locally in Uganda as an effort to combat climate change? And by what ratio is this in line with government budget? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 11. If 11 is absent, we go to 12.
I'm available, Madam. Appreciation to everyone. I'm Robert Byarhanga from Uganda Local Government Association, Wuluga. My first question goes to, essentially to go to everyone, but I might not get the answer. So let me direct it to private sector. Alan, in principle, the level of citizen engagement and involvement in planning is key. If we are to get a good plan, engaging the citizen and involving them is quite key. How satisfied are you in the process you have been in during all this planning process? How satisfied are you about the involvement of the citizens in the planning process? Then 2 is the...
I've donated that question to Sophie.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Have the powers.
So Sophie, I'll get an answer from you. The second one is the, during the midterm review of our NDP3, we are at the same time trying to align some district development plans to NDP3. So essentially, we are reviewing the doing the midterm review while some districts had not yet completed their district development plans. And essentially, I think one of the ladies mentioned it here, that our planning policy framework talks of bottom-up planning process. That means that we finished national development plan before we finished the district development plans, and essentially ignoring that framework. So what happened to that bottom-up planning process? And I think it's directed to NPA.
Okay, thank you so much to all. Number 12, just in case if there are districts that had not developed their district development plans, have they been receiving funding? Number 13. And that is the last submission for this segment.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian. I come from West Nile. The LC5 talk of the big linkage between the National Planning Authority and the local government. But according to me, there's a big gap between the National Planning Authority and the community. If you look at West Nile as a region, there's a challenge of power blackout. My question goes to NPA. Why do you think West Nile as a region has been left behind in your planning process?
Okay, thank you so much. It was really a very full basket. And let me start with those whose plates are a little bit lighter. I'll end up with the catechist, because in the absence of the Pope, you crucify the catechist. So I'll end up with the NPA in this segment. Let me start with Julius. If you have anything to respond to, then I come until when I get to the catechist.
Yes, Agnes, I think I have one, but Mr. Katende, really, you are not fair with me, because we have asked a very difficult question. And you know, in our spaces, we have been asking ourselves, what is it, who is to blame for poor implementation of government programs? And honestly, I think I cannot blame NPA for that, because they receive these projects, profile them properly, and it's up to the accounting officer to do that. But I think the culprits lie in two individuals. One of them is here. Not you, the politicians. Politicians in two ways. Number one is, and you can testify really, is that first of all, you have no clue on what is a detailed budget of your district. You are given a budget in a very hard copy and a huge volume and in baroque figures. You don't even have your district bank account details on how money is being spent. You don't even, you know, that the detailed implementation plan of your district is just hidden up there. To get privy to it, it is a serious fight. Not only at the district level, but even here at the national level. Ministers, you find ministers wondering how a project like this is delaying, simply because they never had a clue on how the project was designed, how much it is going to cost. So it becomes extremely difficult for them to oversee its implementation and advise and put some sanctions. So I think that's where I find politicians failing. The other part, I think, for me on politicians is them getting involved in implementation. For heaven's sake, your job is to oversee how a project is running, but not you to implement it. Why do you think we have this saga in OPM? It's one thing. The OPM is an implementing agency. It has shifted from being an oversight agency to oversee how other MDAs are supposed to be implementing government work, but they are engaged also in implementation. So on the side of politicians, I think we need to fix that and say, please, let us facilitate you very well to oversee projects, how projects and activities are being implemented. I mean, like PDM really, you would really expect that each and every circle in a district, that the chairperson, the councillors, all of them have that list with them, and they can be able to pinpoint and say, this circle exists, this one does not. That the beneficiaries of this circle, we know them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These ones are dead, they shouldn't receive. I'm telling you, if you do that, you can improve implementation. Right now, we can't. So how to address this? No, the other side, the other point also is on the technocrats. I think our inability to sanction, and this is what I think I said in my opening remarks, our inability to sanction poor performers. Again, my apologies, my friend. Can you sack a chief administrative officer? You cannot. As a chairperson, even when glaringly a lot of things have gone wrong, you cannot. Dare to sack a teacher in this country. A teacher. Dare to sack a teacher, I'm telling you, they will take you to court, and it is very difficult in this country to sanction a technocrat, a civil servant. Very difficult when even performance is extremely, so low that you don't want him to recognize that. So unless we have that, we get that, the sanctioning attitude or activity in our work, it definitely the question of poor implementation continues. But also is, I think, the question of sanctioning not only over poor performance, but if you steal money, we want you to be able to see you being matched to the University of Understanding. It is so difficult. By the case is going to get finished, let me tell you, we have already forgotten about it. We have already moved to the next stage. And lastly, Agnes, I think I had a point of local government budgets and plans and then national plans. And I think, Vincent, I really want also you to drive on that. Budgets are, the districts can't pass a budget before the parliament passes a budget. The plans of the districts, some districts don't have even plans. I don't want even to blame them. Even some sectors, Agnes, actually don't have plans. You wonder how they get money and implement. So what is the missing link in terms of to have that consolidated plan of, say, this is the national plan and everybody fits into it, and everybody was involved. We are still fighting with the budget because they first get the ceiling before they can do anything about the budget. I thank you and I submit.
Thank you so much, Julius. But for reference, I recall the president sanctioned health workers somewhere in Nakauka. I don't know how it ended, but I saw him doing so. Please, your comment and in your response.
Thank you very much. I will just answer one or two because the other colleagues will answer the rest. Mine is two. What is PSFU doing to help companies have sustainability in their planning? We are running quite a number of projects as well as trainings for our companies to help them in that area. One of the major things, and I think it's coming back to also what Julia said, governance vis-a-vis administration, oversight vis-a-vis implementation. And we're seeing that in these areas, many of our companies are beginning to realize that you need to have an oversight on one side, on the other side, the implementation. So we are moving in that direction and we're doing a lot. I want to answer very quickly what Agnes, you asked already. Is the private sector leading? Yes, it is still leading. However, what we have said to do is we are not just going to lead. We are going to have a seat in the same car with our compatriots in government to drive this economy together.
Thank you.
I will also touch on this one very important question which was asked to me, that what can government or the public sector use as a measure which the private sector uses as a profitability? There are good models, and one of the model dictates as follows, that only borrow, I have to recall very carefully, that only borrow if the rate at which you are borrowing does not exceed the rate at which your economy is growing. That's the first rule. The second rule is only borrow at a rate which is equivalent to what you are investing. So those are the major rules the public sector usually uses when they are measuring to see if what they are doing is profitable to the government or not, because they don't have profits in government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Monica. You had a comment? Yeah, you had.
Yes, I had a few questions. Yeah. This is from the representative from UASNet.
The mic is on?
The mic is on, yes,
okay.
It is. I just seem to be swerving away from it. Am I comfortable about the labor externalization? No, that's a simple answer. You lose a lot of human resource when labor is externalized. But what's creating this desperation in our young people that's creating their need for them to say, let's look for better and greener pastures out there? What are the services that are missing here? And how do we plan to make sure that we keep them in there, in the country? In many instances, at Team Up Uganda, one of our key core components was the reduction of first of all, rural-urban migration, and also migration outside Uganda. And one of the things that we thought about was create services that are nearer and are quality within the rural areas. Make sure that the health centers provide the services that the young people need, and make sure that they have the money in their pocket to afford those services. Create employable skills for young people. Here we looked at things like farming, cottage farms. One of the things that we are working on, but still not yet successful, is a creation of cottage industries, something like marker pads, where young people use climate-conscious pads. You know, this is in the works, and they derive a revenue. We looked at value addition. If our youth are growing maize and have learned how to grow coffee, how do they add value so that they're making gainful income, you know? They're not going and selling off their goods at farm gate. How do you make sure that they have connections in the community that keep them from leaving? Group formations, how are they saving together? We talk about circles and village loans and savings associations. Those are things that keep youth engaged in the community. I know in the first financial year when we had village loan saving associations, the youth in Mityana saved about 700 million. And then the next year they saved about 1 billion. And they put that, are we creating access for young people to land, to be able to own land? So if you create services and capacity for young people to be comfortable where they are, then you're going to see minimum labor externalization. I know maybe for the planning it's not good. We want that outside money to come in, and, you know, we want to tax that money and get that revenue. But overall, in the long term, if our young minds are leaving, you're going to have an older society that cannot actually be productive in the country, and that becomes negativity for the country.
Let's make the grass greener here.
Yes, let's make the grass really green here and make it attractive for the young people, especially. I know I'm talking towards young people, people living with disability, and also women, because those are some of the biggest section of our population, and they need to be addressed whenever we're planning.
But Monica, the Chinese are seeing the grass greener here.
Yes. But you see, there's so many, you create a bed of why a Chinese person would come, and I don't want to sound like, you know, I want to remain PC. But if someone comes and they have a tax holiday, you know, but I have to pay taxes. Yes, it's good for investment overall, and it's undeniable. But the same way that you make it attractive for an external investor to come in, you have to make it as attractive for a naturalized or a citizen to have an attractive environment as well in their country. So it has to be a balanced thing.
Your last question?
You know? So my second question was on wash systems blindness. And yes, when we look at the NDP3, and I'm also now going to look at the district planning. When you engage with the districts, they'll tell you, O&M, there's limited planning for it, you know? I remember one time I was sitting in a district meeting and they said the annual budget for O&M is 140,000 shillings. And that's not a lie. You know, this is a massive investment. A borehole construction is a massive investment. How can O&M be only 140,000 shillings from the government? So we need to look at how are we operationalizing. If you give me 140,000 shillings to look after an investment that is probably about 100 million, even more, what are the costs? 3 months down the road, it's broken down. The citizens do not understand that they own these facilities and they need to keep them active. So there's no sensitization on the ownership of these water sources. There is no money for O&M. Who then do we blame? So we may have to make sure that, and I know someone in the audience asked about the disparities in investment, you know, or in allocation, you know, security, and I never want to go and touch that. But health, allocation is also very important when you're planning. what are we holding very important to us as a nation?
Okay, let me bring in the chairperson. Honorable Herbert.
Thank you. I want to respond on 2 or 3 questions. Number 1 on PDM. It is a very good strategy when you read it on paper, but in practice, there are challenges. The implementers or the architects of the strategy excited the population with pillar number 3, financial inclusion. And you barely hear them talking about other pillars. Even when you talk about other pillars, to be honest, I stay with the population, I interact with them, they will not listen to other pillars, but they only want to listen to that pillar of finance inclusion. They were made to wait, and they are still waiting for that money. And what they have in their mind is that once they have gotten that money, other pillars will be very simple to be implemented and to be talked about. True, as he has said, we have some people who don't know how many circles one has in his district or sub-county. But even when someone knows and circles are there, to be honest, they received money on their accounts, but they can't touch on that money. 33 million. But they can't use it. They are still waiting for the Secretariat. Of course, it has got some guidelines, etc. So it's a big challenge. They have the money, but they can't use it. So I want to appeal to the stakeholders and other people here that we need to work together to make sure that we implement that strategy. And if that strategy is well implemented, to be honest, our people will be saved. Secondly, on taking money back to the center, it is true, as you have mentioned, there is political interference in some districts, which delays the implementation of government projects and programs, and eventually results into taking money back to the center because you have failed to use the money. But sometimes, as districts, we receive money sometimes very late. Even when we receive the money for a project X, for example, in my district, I received 750 for the construction of a seed school at the beginning of the financial year. Up to now, I'm still waiting for the center to send a contractor to kickstart the construction of the seed school. We have the money, we don't see the contractor. We are remaining with how many months to close the financial year? And we shall be forced to take that money back to the center. And we shall be blamed in front of the ministers and in front of the president for failing to utilize the money. Sometimes, 2 days to the end of the financial year, we receive money for wage. And you can't utilize that money. And what you do, you have to accept. You make a supplementary budget. After making a supplementary budget, then you send it back to the center. And when they are reading the books, they will say, we sent this much to the districts, but they failed to use that money. And they will convince the president. The president will accept, and he will start taking some of the things from the local government back to the center, accusing the local government of failing to utilize the money, of failing to do ABCD. So I want to appeal to the planning authority that in whatever we do, let's stick to the plans that we make, because we align our plans to NDP. But sometimes along with the implementation, I've said before, we get shocked. We get shocked by starting to implement some of the things which are not in the budget. And then those things come with, the project come with guidelines. You have to call the council to do the supplementary budget, touch here and there, that kind of confusion. You have the money, you are struggling. And when that money is released, we have some other people who will go to the community, we have sent the money. People will know the money has been released, they want the project to be implemented. But it is time of hand, time of control, time is getting out of hand. And you are forced to receive and then take money back to the center. So we need to work hard, align, and send money to the districts in time for them to execute their work as mandated. Thank you.
I believe, Chris, you're noting down some of these issues because we are still expecting Ismail from Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Sophie, before I come to the catechist, who has been crucified here.
Thank you very much, and for the questions. There are quite a number of questions that came about the citizenry, and a number of them were similar, so I'll respond to them jointly. Specifically, Robert's question, has the NDP been responsive to issues of climate change? And then James had something about broken down boreholes. Government invests services and the services are broken down. I'll also link that. Then Flavia's question about the mindset and citizenry. The plan allocates a lot to security, but there's a lot of apathy. And how does it deliver on communities to protect them? And Robert had a question around citizen engagement being key. How satisfied are we about citizen involvement? I'll go back to, I emphasized a bit of citizen participation, specifically for these questions. We as citizens play a key role in all this, in both the planning and the implementation. And starting from Robert's question about climate change, I'll use an example. Many Ugandans, a number of Ugandans own land. And when someone buys a plot of land, they're thinking of constructing a house, they will not think of preserving a tree that is in their compound. They are going to cut it down. Why? Because they want their house built there and the trees in the middle of the plot. We cut down trees looking for firewood, which is a necessity for some. But then we are not thinking of the effects that we are bringing. So the plans are made bringing into effect what we would want to have, but we, the citizens, have also contributed to making them fail because of our needs that are contradicting to what we would expect from these plans that we would want to implement. So picking from some of the questions that we've had, the broken down boreholes. The broken down boreholes, it is our responsibility as citizens, one, to use them effectively, because these are services that are put for us to use. How effectively are we using them? If I'm pumping water at a borehole, do I think about the hygiene that is there? Do I think about how I use it, how I'm managing this borehole to take us a longer time? Many a times we might not think of these services. We have the bit, these are government things, which goes back to us forgetting the bit of ownership. They are our services, but also holding our duty bearers accountable. The borehole is not working. Does the politician know that it's not working? Does the person in charge of natural resources in a district know that it's not working? Does the engineer know that it's not working? Are we providing that voice as citizens to report and inform that these services are not working the way they should be working? And then the bit about how does, a lot has been allocated to security, but there's a lot of apathy. When when Mr. Perem was giving the keynote, making the presentation, he talked about the NDP having the fundamentals and the opportunities. So security is a fundamental that is provided, but programs like the human capital development, community and mindset change are the opportunities that we use within the plan. So these have been catered for, but we as citizens, are we following some of these? Security turns against us sometimes, if I may use turns against us, when we do something wrong. They come into, I'll say correct, sometimes there are human rights issues that are violated, but when you go to the back of it, what is the cause and how has it been addressed? That is something that I'll leave for a different discussion. But going back to the NDP, there is a plan for the fundamentals and also the opportunities. We have an issue of community and mindset change. And it goes back to what I had mentioned about thinking these are government things. We forget that we are the ones providing for government to provide these services. We are paying the taxes. So the onus is upon us to ensure that we hold government accountable, one, but also being a voice to report how these services that are provided or planned for, are they taking effect the way they should be taking effect. And the element about are we involved as citizens? How satisfied are we? In my opinion, in terms of planning, with the issues that have been stated about bottom-up planning, top-down, the challenges therein and the gaps therein, I would say we are not as involved as we should as citizens on the whole. Why? We have disconnected ourselves from some of these services, some of what government is doing. And I'll use, I don't know if it's because of the generation, we have the bit of, those things will be sorted later. So we have issues of iron sheets now, the GOTS. These are services that come to us, that are due to us as citizens. But if a GOT comes and it's not the specifications that were there, one, did we know did we take a step higher to know the specifications of what is coming to us, and if it is exactly what we've got? When we realize it's not what we've got, do we channel it out? Do we report or mention that this is not what we expected and take the necessary steps to have it reversed? I think we've disconnected ourselves as citizens from what government is doing, and that has affected how some of these plans that are made come into effect and have us as citizens benefit the way that is expected for us to benefit from them. Then there was a question from Sophie on what power do citizens have to influence the planning process. One, there are quite a number of levels. One, going back to where I started from around the Constitution, we have a right to vote, to participate in elections. We are putting our voice in place to represent us as citizens. So the members of parliament that we are putting in, the different political persons that we are putting in place, they are supposed to be our voice to represent us. So we have a strong power in that through our vote to influence the planning process that comes into effect later. But also working with the duty bearers that are there. When we need a road done, we are going to inform the duty bearers in the area. The closest could be a parish chief. We can inform the LC3 chairperson. We can inform the sub-county chief. We can inform the district engineer. These are all persons that will, when the planning process comes, if the planning process does not come to us directly to ask what are your needs, what should we plan for, these are going to be voices to say, this sub-county has had a bad road for the last 2-3 years. Let us see how to repair it and make sure that it's maintained on a daily to ensure that it serves people, and we have these products move from this sub-county to the market. So we have power as citizens The bit is using it and knowing how to channel it directly to the respective duty bearers.
Okay.
Then one last one, how has the plan delivered on corruption? That came from Flavia. That I know Mr. Perema will talk about it more, but there are programs that provide avenues for reporting on some of these areas of corruption, but also elements of procurement, because these are some of the avenues where we see corruption coming through. Trying to see how best can we close up these gaps. Government is currently going into the EGP for procurement to see that we have channels that are more straightforward, that help in closing the gaps that we see in corruption. But for citizens, our voice is key, and I'll call to that. When we see channels that are not going right, there are offices to report to, the IGG, the respective ministries, departments, and agencies, to bring out, even going down to our local governments, the respective technical offices, to bring out the inconsistencies in what, if it could be a service provider who is not playing their part in providing the service to the quality that is expected. It is our duty as citizens to bring out that voice and report some of these inconsistencies. That is a start for us to look at ways of addressing corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie, and the citizens in here. You've had your role and your power, especially the vote, is among the tools, according to Sophie. But she has also said, what if you citizenry are excessive? What do you expect? You know, Sophie, when a sheep turns against the herdsman or herdswoman, there are two things that have happened. One of the two could be mad. Either the sheep or the herdsman. But that is not what we came to discuss here. Finally, for this round of discussion, our catechist, who has been showered with a rain of questions. You are also free to say that is not in my jurisdiction. That one I don't have the mandate. That one let me consult. But for this one, let me say like this. As Chris, you help me to prepare the audience online.
Thank you. Mine are fewer now. A lot of them have been responded to already. So I'm just going to talk about the characteristics of our plan. It was requested.
IT help us. That mic is not coming out.
Is it better now? Okay, so a question was asked on the plan about how integrated it is. How participatory do we engage when we're developing the plan? Before we come with our plan, we undertake a lot of researches, evaluations. We do a lot of community works. For instance, we did evaluate UPE, and one of the findings there was the community does not participate. They don't do their role, the parents. So we take note of all such issues. After that, we do what we call issues papers, background papers from districts, from MDAs, and from the general public. We even worked with the private sector, as was confirmed by manager policy from that side. So in NDP 3, in regard to that, we introduced what we call the Program Implementation Action Plan. What does it do? We have NDP itself, the 5-year plan, and then we have plans for ministries. Because it was also asked that what is the planning rate at ministries. This time it is a 95% compliance in NDP 3. 95% of MDAs, 95% of 181 submitted to us their strategic plans. Previously, planning at ministry level was at 30 to 40%, but because of the insistence, we kept pressurizing them, reminding over and over, so our compliance is now at 95%, and we expect that by NDP 4 to be at 100%. On the districts, it was mentioned that the plans are not aligned. All districts have development plans. Now, at NPA,
we have a guideline for review. A plan must meet certain conditions before you call it a plan. When they submitted, we passed about half of them. The other half did not pass the planning. Then at the time of budgeting again, we said, is your plan actually strictly aligned to the budget? They were again lacking in some components. That's why you saw at one time some accounting officers were relieved of their duties. So that is the part of the work of improving accountability and then planning. So we are trying to ensure that there is alignment complete at that level, from district level, ministry level. But to allow the changes, because when we issue the NDP, we don't amend it. But the program implementation action plan allows us to amend as we go on. For instance, when issues were raised, when COVID came, we did the changes, but within the PIAP. We call it the PIAP is the short for the program implementation action plan. That what are we going to take for the remaining 2 years of the plan? That is the current year and the next year. What are we going to drop? According to the criteria I gave earlier, that it must pass these conditions. With our budget limited, the priorities we are going to select. So we actually do very active planning. It is both ways. Bottom up, it takes a large part of our time. Consulting, getting views. And whenever we consult, we give feedback. So for every MDA, we have it on our record. Every political party, by the way, we meet all, even political parties, civil society, we meet even religious groups individually. Then at a certain time, when we have gotten ideas from each of them, we now begin to meet general groups, a combined session, combining all groups which are represented within the planning. So we have the top. Now at the end, when we issue the plan, it is not a product of NPA, it is now a national product. So that's why we call it the NDP. At the point of issue, it looks like it's coming from NPA, but it's not. The input there is not from NPA. It is from the process that we undertake to consult and to deliver it. On the climate change specifically, we have a special program and objective number 1, environment, natural resources, climate change, land, and natural resource management program. It takes care of these issues. Again, we received a request very recently from the climate change agencies, both state and non-state, that we want to see how they have been integrated in the NDP. We did a mapping and we shared. So if you saw the budget strategy for next year, 23-24, there is a complete chapter on climate change. All the interventions have been detailed. So risk planning, as you said, in NDP3 is the first time we introduced risk planning. We have a chapter, risk planning and mitigation. We do the estimations. What is the potential of this risk? What's the impact? And if it happens, how do we address it? How do we mitigate? So we have that also contained in between. So the other one was on capacity building, that would we engage MDS on a very regular basis. Our work day to day, we are busy training ministries, training districts on the plan. We generate guidelines and they follow them before we complement. So that is it. I think the rest, my colleagues will handle them.
Thank you so much. At least a round of applause to our panel. They have competently responded to our questions. I'm going to shift gears to the online audience and also give them an opportunity to ask these eminent Ugandans some questions. And then I'll pick 2 comments from the floor and the wrap-up of the panel from Honorable Hassan Kirumira of Katikamu South. And then we have our formal closing. I'll not talk about the meal. My colleague, people
right,
online?
Right here. So, would like now to turn to the audience online. Please, if you're online and you can hear this voice, please raise your hand if you have a comment to make. Just like I did for the physical audience, we're going to give tickets, and then you will speak in that order. So I'm giving the first ticket to Sensio Ikiriza, the second one to Matthias Suna, the third one to Ongatai, or the other name, Amosia, The fourth one to William Karugaba. The fourth one, fifth now, Fred Eja Kena, yes. And then the sixth one to Elliot Odizarwa. Seventh to Robert Mohangi. And then Peter Biakuyamba, and then the last one will be Haj Sulaiman. So can we start with you, Ikiriza? Kindly unmute and make your comment in not more than a minute.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm ᴅɪᴜ Kiriza. I work with World Vision. I want to supplement on what Happy Mayanja has said. For us to achieve the socio-economic transformation, we need to follow the logical planning cycle of the local governments. And at the moment, that's why as a country, we are not hitting the target. Because even when we see what the government do, is what they expect. But at the end, along the road, some things are not achieved. And to me, when I look at the NDP3, I see it as a very smart document. But to me, to a larger extent, those roadblocks that come along the way will make us fail to reach the socio-economic transformation and the vision of 2040 that we are not yearning to have. And I thank Happy Mayanja for standing firm and bringing out those issues or those bottlenecks that are hindering us to move faster, and we see that Ugandans change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Murumba Matthias Tona. I work with CEPAD. CEPAD is Center for Participatory Research and Development. We engage into innovative programming, but also localization of SDGs. I have two concerns. One comes from the moderator, Agnes. The meaningful engagement of civil society. I wouldn't think that by us sitting in this room or being online at this point, we are meaningfully engaged into the NDP3 processes, especially the midterm review. This brings me to the point of, yes, we have raised several issues, very pertinent issues. I've been listening online. How are these captured? Are we only sitting here to discuss and have fun and take lunch and go? Are we assured that probably the team from NDP is going to take them up seriously? Are we going to have follow-up over the same issues and ensure that probably after the midterm review, because we have said this over and over again, I've been part of these discussions. What is the change that is going to happen? We need to be assured. Number two, there's been a concern that probably within the reporting, mainly the issues that have been reported on the mainstream government programming issues in terms of M&E. What is the plan to capture some of the very important things that are happening within the private sector, within the civil society, the contributions that we make, so that when we have a report, it's a national report, not a government or state report? Thank you so much.
I'm available. Yes, thank you very much. I'm Ongatai Amosia from Eastern Uganda, specifically Busia district. I work for Youth Environment Service. I have two concerns and two questions. I suggested the NDP3 has not localized its effectiveness in Eastern Uganda to address regional challenges of food quality and export promotion. Uganda cannot generate high-quality competitive products for export currently, and Ugandans are unable to meet the international market owing to non-compliance of food quality standards. And the challenge we are having in Busia or Eastern region is that for food quality and its related premium cost play an important role in increasing income, but we are still using outdated food laws and regulations on sanitary and phytosanitary standards. The other challenge is we are lacking a recognized labeling standard for East Africa, because you remember during COVID, Kenya rejected our maize because of being substandard. We are unable to sell our products because they are substandard. How are we going to achieve the NDP3 objectives when we are still lagging behind? Now, my question comes to two teams. What is the role and the mandate of Uganda Bureau of Standards in regards to issues of food quality? Because I've seen them in Eastern Uganda. They are almost very competent in weighing scales and doing this in the villages everywhere, yet the issues of food standard and other applicable procedures are not really observed. Two, what is the objective of URA in collecting taxes and revenue? They submit the money to Ministry of Finance and they leave the banks to charge a lot of money to traders who would like to get loan. We need some confidence building between the stakeholders in regards to the money that is collected from the border, for example, Busia, to see that we are harmonizing the relationship between implementation, corruption, and also management of the revenue that is collected by the people who are able to bring that revenue. Thank you very much.
Hello. I'm here. Good afternoon or good morning, team. I'm called Walugaba William. I work with the Civil Society Alliance for Nutrition Uganda, and I also serve as the vice chair for SAN Civil Society Network. And I'm happy to be in a meeting where my chair is the panelist, Agnes Chilabo. Two things. One, the idea of nutrition in development, and since Agnes is there, I think I need to hear it come out well. Two, previously I've got an opportunity to work with an organization which empowers youth to innovate and invest. And since we are talking of development, and one of the participants in there talked about there are many youth being released in the universities, going to the same Uganda where jobs are limited and all this. And so when youth try to create the jobs, these are the challenges they face. You find that youth have managed to set up something. They have already invested in time and money. They have even stuck in capital in terms of assets, but they are stuck. The question is, where do such youth go according to our government? So I don't know which panelists can handle this, but where do youth go, such youth who have already invested in their time and money? Then lastly, we have, I know there are other programs, there are these programs like Myoga, PDM, Youth Livelihood Program, which we have referred to our youth, but then they come back and report that these programs are too political and unrealistic. They seem all to come from the same area. They talk about they want to deal with youth who are too poor. A too poor youth cannot even think. He's on survival. So he cannot get money to start up. Now, okay, we want also government to deal with those. We will help them in other programs. But then we are looking at this situation where this person has already invested in. The question is, lastly, are there any other ways other than those Myoga, PDM that our government has created, all private sector have created to enable youth access funds and continue with their developments they will have started? I thank you.
Hello? Okay. Am I clear now? This is Fred. Yeah, I'm called 꽱ᴜᴜnᴏ, and I'm the Executive Director for Citizen Initiative for Democracy and Development, Uganda. I have one question that I want to draw from the discussion of the Vision 2040, actually where we aspire to get into the middle income country. This is a discussion, I think, which has been very important, that all of us in each and everything that we are doing, we should be able to measure up or to that kind of aspiration. However, during the planning, maybe this is something that we need to understand clearly. Recently, when there was a review to understand as to whether we have gotten into the middle income or not, there was a clear pronouncement that we had entered the middle income status country. And everybody jubilated. But immediately, within I think it was just an overnight, it was also highly rejected that it wasn't true. So that one, of course, there were clear grounds under which that contestation came. And now this solely lies on the shoulders of National Planning Authority. What is it that took us to the middle income country, and then overnight, we actually jumped out of it? These are key things that we must be looking at, because issues of participation here, I think for me, it comes out clearly that the measurements that were used to determine as to whether we are in the middle income country or not, were not so genuine. And so it calls for collective and kind of all-round kind of participation for us to get into the middle income. So what is it that National Planning Authority is doing differently in concrete terms that actually will make us now get into the middle income without any contestation? That's my key question. What is it that they are doing differently from the previous kind of work that they've been doing to enable us go there, stay there, and sustainably stay? Thank you.
That me? Can I go on? Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, NGO Forum and NDP. My question goes to Sophie. So thank you so much for your sharing. But it seems you are speaking as if you are not a Ugandan. And my question is, where do you want the citizens to get the appetite for paying taxes? From the first keynote speaker, when you are looking at the issues that NDP is presenting and what we are seeing today, it seems there is a very big gap in terms of inequalities. And when you consider where the citizens are, and most especially the people at the grassroots, there is no way people can raise their appetite to pay taxes where we are seeing the big people sharing the iron sheets. And my question for you, Sophie, is where have we lost it? I would have loved to hear you talking about how Oxfam is going to help us go deeper to investigate and ask the citizens what they want to see in our development plan. To you, Sophie. Thank you so much.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me now? Okay, my question is that following the trend, funding our priorities as Uganda using locally generated revenues has always been a challenge. And as a result, we have always gone in for debt. Now that recently the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, has suspended any more government funding, my question is, won't that affect implementation of NDP 3? Or are there unique strategies that NDP team has put in place to bridge this gap? Thank you.
Hello. Yes, my concern is on agriculture. As the government is promoting agriculture, the seeds and pesticides in the market, they are doing a disservice. I don't know whether we have a regulator or the ministry is sleeping. I don't know who is sleeping, because you plant, nothing germinates, yet you have invested a lot of money, yet from credits and others, and then it becomes a disservice. And then later we see food reducing in the country and production. And also the other thing is on nature support. In terms of environment budget support to the planning authority, the allocation is less, and yet it does a great job for our economy to be sustainable for long. I don't know, given that district local governments are not even funded in environment, there is no special budget, they remain on local revenue. And now given to the COVID, when it came, so the local revenue is there, that means nature will not be there, and then it will also affect on our production and to meet the market demand.
Yes, I'm there, Haji. Assalamu alaikum once again. Yeah, my concern is on the local government presenter. The biggest challenge with the local government presenters is that they are always complaining of the delay in being funded, on the funds being returned, and that relationship is not good, simply because when local government is talking with the CSOs, they say they don't report, they don't give work plans, and if you give them work plans, they don't even acknowledge. Now they are talking of delayed payments from the center, but do they play their role properly? Do they make accountabilities? Do they answer queries regarding the reporting? So they also have a weakness there, which should be handled. They are talking of procurement. Some local governments don't have competent committees to do that work. So I think in the future, they should tell us what they are doing than always complaining. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. My name is ᴅɪᴜᴜ. My question is, how we are planning and how to achieve the NDP in different countries. And yet, you know that our country, we are still investing on fossil fuels. How then are we going to transit from being a freedom country to a competitive country where most of the Ugandans are still depending on fossil fuels like charcoal, paraffin, hydrogen? This is expensive. And yet we know as Ugandans, we have many alternatives that we can give out to many, especially people in local communities like we give out standby solar panels other than giving them the free connection service of electricity. We can get that they cannot be able to pay for that electricity because it is expensive. How can we help local communities to use? We know when we have local communities to access light to use electricity, we can be able to help our country as well to achieve the vision 2040 and the NDP3 and beyond.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you, NGO Forum and National Planning Authority for this. My question or my concern is on monitoring and evaluation. I have seen that NPA gives a certificate of compliance to MDAs and maybe civil society that have complied to doing the NDP3 or to doing what they're supposed to do in order to achieve Vision 2040. But my question is, what happens to the people who have not complied? Do we have maybe trainings for them, like monitoring has evaluation learning, so that there is transparency and accountability? Can this be also incorporated in the implementation, so that that these MDAs that do not even know what to do, they are trained, and so that the maybe next year or next NDP is better, because we have seen that most of them, there's a lot of non-compliancy, and there's a lot of them that do not do even half of what they are supposed to do, even a quarter of what they're supposed to do. Is there another thing like that is given to them? Do they get trained so that they can learn from their mistakes and they are better, so that we can achieve the Vision 2040? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rosette. We are working towards the beginning of the end of our dialogue and plenary session, but before we conclude it, help me pick at least 5 comments from the chat box. Yeah. And as he concludes, I want to pick 3 comments from the floor, and I want to pick those comments from people who never said anything. And of course, there was somebody who complained loud. What about the comments? So I need 3 comments from the floor, 5 comments from the chat box, and then I will be wrapping up the panel with a submission from Honorable of Katika South. From the chat box?
Yeah, so let me just award tickets to the 3 from the room. The first one is to you. You are number 1. Yes. Miriam, you are number 2. And then number 3 should go to, let it go to you over there. So to go to Carol. So 3 tickets, and now let's get the comments from those online.
Alice Angwech asks, when is Uganda achieving the middle income status? We have 7 years into Vision 2040. Can we link our discussions on the way forward? That's the first question. The second comment and question from ☆Innocent the idea of bringing all stakeholders to work together is a noble cause and the right thing to do. However, the big question is, what is the best approach to create a shared vision for all the stakeholders with diverse missions and visions in realistic and practical ways? Prudence Atukwase asks, my question is, what is the NPA doing to address the very retrogressive taxation system in Uganda? I understand that URA has the mandate of tax administration, but how shall we achieve inclusive growth and development when businesses are choking due to high taxes? A question from Immaculate Sechito. Are we really never prepared in Uganda? For example, in agriculture, rains are coming, landslides are always anticipated in Bududa, floods in Butaleja, people to be displaced. How prepared are we as a country to handle these shocks? Funds have to be diverted to save lives. And then finally, Ignatius says, thank you for raising critical issues. Uganda is rich and can reach to the level of a highly developed economy, but the challenge is lack of transparency and lack of accountability.
Okay, to my 3 tickets on the floor. Hope you still remember.
Thank you. My name is Alana Kembabazi with the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, and my question is to Vincent and comment. We know that even though the NDP moved, really pushed for a program approach and the budgeting has moved in that direction, there's been very little synergy, and that's one of the key things I'm sure you found in your midterm review. Within the program, I know that from the governance and security technical groups which I sit on, just how midterm review, everyone was sort of like, what? We're supposed to be doing what? So how have you worked to ensure there is better coordination for them to actually function better as a program in the spirit of the NDP? And then the second one is the question around budget, and I've been struggling because I know you're NDP and there's finance, but when you have all of this and we still see, for example, the government has failed to meet its social spending floors, which it committed to, so human capital development is still underfunded. At what point do they, and in education, for example, you talked about what the capitation should be years ago, and we are not even halfway near where you recommended. How do we move the NDP 3 without tackling the funding question comprehensively?
Okay, my ticket number 2 to the comments from the floor. Who is admiring who now?
Thank you. 2 quick comments. One is about our Human Development Index. Of course, like the chairperson eloquently presented, we are really performing poorly. Uganda has consistently been among the low performers in as far as the Human Development Index is concerned. And at the same time, I think statistics have told us that we have one of the highest young populations. I think this is an area where NDP really needs to advise government and development partners. How do we ensure that we really get to the achieve the demographic dividends in a situation where we are not really investing in the young people, and also issues of population growth are not being addressed within the planning processes. I'll give an example. In the family planning sector, we recently published a report that shows that there is no dedicated budget for family planning in our national budget. What we have as family planning products is being financed through the global financing framework. So that really begs the question whether we are serious in addressing the real pertinent issues affecting our population. The only way we can achieve the demographic dividend is to have investment to areas that are critical to driving the other areas of development. Secondly is around empowering of the structures, especially the local government structures. I'm saying this on behalf of my neighbor here, who gave up his hand for me. I just really wonder whether National Development Authority is concerned about empowering local government structures right from the local council levels to ensure that citizens' voices and needs are captured in the development plan. As the LC5 eloquently said, most of the planning is top-down all the planning now is vested in national planning authorities and the MDAs at national level. Very little investment in getting the real voices of citizens to feature in our development plans. I think those are the two things I can mention.
Okay, lastly from the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Carol Namara from Western Ankole Civil Society Forum, Ushenyi. Mr. Julius talked about the inability to enforce indiscipline, and almost all the panelists in discipline took a center stage in your discussions. Now, Mr. Julius, who is in charge or who is failing us in this point of indiscipline? Agencies have been put in place, but they've failed. So who is that person in charge? Who is failing us? And what should we do for that person? Because we are tired. We can't keep on spending money, NDP 3, NDP 4, NDP 5, and we keep on lamenting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My house, my audience, my plenary, physical and online. Julius, that question has been pushed to you, but just a word of caution from a friend and moderator. I saw a number of drones. I didn't know where they were going, so be careful while you're responding to your, but I saw a number of them around here. Respond to that question if you wish, Julius, and give me your parting shot.
Okay, thanks so much, and thanks much for the heads up. Let me be very. What's happening? Okay, and let me be very brief. My parting shot, and of course to her question. Who is in charge of enforcing discipline in our public service? I think the laws are very clear, and I think it is the lack of ability really to enforce these laws. The Public Finance Management Act has outlined clearly when an offense is committed. But for me and I will put this together with my parting shot on the political economy of this country, is that we have tried to bend rules because we are trying to fulfill certain political connotations. Let me give you a very glaring example. The iron sheets and the goat saga. The proper system right now would be for the permanent secretary to institute an internal audit. But how do you institute an internal audit on your supervisor? It can't be unless you want to lose your job. So political interference in the management and implementation of programs has led to our inability to enforce rules. So as long as we get that one out, that is when we can be able to execute programs or to discipline people who have not done what we want. Lastly is, and I think the political economy thing, I think also if you watched carefully one of the slides which Vincent gave us, he put the priorities of government, and one of them was about presidential directives. And you also saw one of them saying accommodating salaries of scientists and the army. And these were not part of the National Development Plan, Agnes. But now I am glad that we have a risk and mitigation chapter that is going to come up, Vincent. And probably these are some of the things we need to begin to plan for, that there will be some political announcements that NDP should wiggle itself for a room to ensure that they are put in. If you don't, the whole thing is distorted. So NDP, I think for me, is to be able to see how to accommodate some of these pronouncements, unfortunately, which we cannot ignore. Thank you so much, Agnes.
Thank you. Your parting shot, my brother?
Thank you very much. Whenever there is a plan or a strategy or a project, the hardest part is always the implementation. And that calls usually for the entire stakeholder community to get involved. One of the things which we have studied over time is whether it's the private sector, whether it is the civil society, you need to get involved. You need to write things down. You need to bring on as such a big coalition as you can. Because at the end of the day, we are all in this boat together. So my humble appeal is, let's get ourselves together. Let us begin not just to say and see the issues, but also be ready to make ourselves dirty to support the implementation of some of these things, and mention it where it's not working, but also don't just come with the issue, come with a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alan. Honorable.
Thank you. In my language, whenever you see an old woman dipping her finger into the soup, know that that woman is testing whether there is salt or whether the soup has gone wrong. When you see the chairman bringing out all the issues, know that down the citizens are not getting what they are supposed to be getting in terms of service delivery. And therefore, this is my humble request and call. Because for us as districts, we do make our plans, we pass those plans, we make accountability, we try as much as possible to be transparent to the citizens. And we submit our annual plans to the center for funding. But as I've said before, sometimes we get frustrated as we move on in the implementation or in executing the budget. So we need to work together to make sure that our plans are well lined and we stick to the plans such that we deliver to the expectations of the population.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Monica.
Yes, thank you.
Your parting shot.
My parting shot, yes. We are here because the NDP3 went through a midterm review, and we've identified the bottlenecks, the constraints and challenges that have faced implementation of this plan. So we hope that at this point, with all the results that we've gotten, that there will be some kind of adaptation of what has been, picked from this room, picked from the CSO paper that has been probably sent to the NPA, and we have a way forward, because there's always coming here and having a discussion, but what happens after that discussion? But then I would also like to then say that we're in this together, as my colleagues said, and we can actually solve a lot of these problems together, not today, maybe not tomorrow, but in the future. So I would also like to say that this NDP3 is for Ugandans. We need to have ownership and localization for it, and its execution is in our hands. So we need to do this thing together, and because development is everyone's responsibility.
Thank you so much, Monica. Sophie?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the good discussions to everyone. My parting shots will incorporate a question that was channeled to me: where do citizens get the appetite? There's a gap in inequality, and people have lost their appetite to pay taxes. Where have we lost it? And I think from the discussion, many of us appreciate that we have a good plan. as a country. But there's been a disconnect. And from the discussions that have come through, there is a disconnect between the planning and what is actually budgeted for and later on implemented that we need to look into. But from the entire discussion, this ties into everyone. Everyone has a role to play. The political, the technical, there might be a gap in there in the way they work and how things come into effect, which is one of the challenges. The citizenry is indifferent in a way, which is also a challenge. And then the way implementation is done, there are quite a number of gaps. But what this says to all of us, there is a concern that involves each one of us. And this goes back to the involvement of each one of us. As citizens, let us be involved, let us participate, let us get our hands dirty in this. I'll use an example. Growing up, when you grew up as siblings, if they came and one didn't, okay, parents always left roles, do this, do that, and they come back, no, me, I didn't do this, why? Me, I didn't do this. Sometimes you'd get away with it, but other times you'd all be punished because of failure to either play your part or push whoever was supposed to play their part to do so. So why we all need to be involved is at the end of the day is if one bit of the puzzle is not fulfilled, we all get affected. So as citizens, let us play a part, let us pay our taxes, and also hold those responsible accountable for what is not going right. And we also commend what is going right. But even for the duty bearers, that will, when you know we are being watched by the people we're supposed to provide these services for, there will be a bit of change, in my view. So let us participate, let us be involved as citizens, and hopefully we'll have our plans fulfilled as we set them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, from our keynote speaker, your parting shot.
Thank you. The NDP is there. It has generated lessons which we have learned. Now, on our part, what we recommended as NDP is enforcement and standards of service delivery. So how is the NDP applied? So from the point of application, whereas development planning has improved significantly, its application is not yet good enough. So now we need to cascade all the duty holders, be it public sector, private sector, they should live up to their mandate. And then this NDP will deliver what it's supposed to be. So if we are to move by our projections, then we'll answer the questions because people are asking again and again, when are we reaching middle income? This is a calculated lifestyle average. It comes as the living standards and habits of the people change. And that's what we propose in the NDP. So in short, we are saying, let everyone do their part. Let's enforce standards and let people be accountable for their actions, and then we'll have the NDP. Thank you.
Okay, finally, this brings us to the end of our discussion and dialogue as MOUT stakeholders today. I'm going to invite Chris to come after me to do a wrap-up of this discussion, who will eventually invite the Honorable Member of Parliament to do the closing of this dialogue. But people know me properly, and I think NGO Forum has mastered that game. They never wanted me to talk about food, neither to talk about nutrition, nor to talk about agriculture, and so they made me the moderator. Thank you. I'll think twice next time before I accept. But as I put down my boots in this role, I want to treat you to just a few figures that are happening in this country. Number one, the recently released poverty status report has a categorization of the vulnerable non-poor. Whatever that one means, there is the poor, the vulnerable non-poor, and then the middle class. As we end this dialogue, reflect and establish in which category are you. At least I'm very sure I live between me and my February salary check to poverty. The other issue that I need to talk about is that 95%, according to that poverty status report, 95% of all district local governments in Uganda did not meet the NDP targets. 95%. To be absolute, 139 districts out of the 146. So move out proudly, Chair. There is evidence to support you that things are not happening. I wish also to draw your attention to the quality of our population. Personally, I don't have a problem with the population, because if people had a problem, maybe you would not be having me as your moderator today. But the issue is the quality of our population. What is the quality of our population? What is the quality of our people? What is the quality of those graduates? Are they employable? Are we sure you can employ them if you had an enterprise? When the last NPA the report NPA gave us indicated that 54% of all adults not in this room suffered stunting when they were young. So their brains never grew to the full cognitive capacity. We are talking about 6 out of 10 every time you sit among adults. The national average of stunting is 25% now, but in some areas it's clocking 50. But what is interesting that when you look at the poverty map, again by the poverty status report, resonates with hunger and malnutrition, because in those regions, close to 50% of the children under 5 are stunted, meaning that even if we do anything, the inequality gaps are already high. We know about the 3% of our children that are obese, but we also know about 1 million people that are sleeping hungry. So NPA, as we move forward, I think we should stop manyangling or meandering about the issues of nutrition and the role it plays in delivering this country and your plans, but as well the role hunger plays in reducing or increasing poverty, because not even the poverty status report identified the hunger as one of the drivers. I'm appealing to NGO Forum and NPA that next time we meet here, we should have the real experiences our children are going through in school, when 64% of them today, yesterday and tomorrow until the term ends are spending a whole day in school without a meal, and we continue debating whether it is a public good or whether it is what or whether it is what. So I pray that much as you may have paid for the lunch coupons, can you please take them back? No, they are going to stone me before I sit down, and yet they had a breakfast and a meal served throughout the session. I wish to thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking part physically and online for this multi-stakeholder dialogue looking at our national development plan moving forward. I think we've done our job as citizens. At least we are better speaking than keep quiet, or we are better speaking than complaining silently. And we pray that this opens door for active participation in the framing of National Development Plan 3, or if this plan is very good and it is not implemented, then there is no need to develop another one. Let us just change the date and proceed. Maybe not. Shalom. Thank you so much. Oh, I dismiss my panel.
No, I'm leading the clapping session, so I'd like us to work together. So would you please give a very big round of applause to Agnes for doing a very good job, and to my colleague Moses Mulindo as well for helping moderate today's session. No, we are clapping, huh? We are clapping. And our colleagues who are actually participating online. It's very rare to sit in a Zoom meeting for about 4 hours. And they've been with us from 9 a.m. up to this time. So I would like to really invite you to give them a very big round of applause. And to our esteemed panel, our colleagues in civil society, Julius, Monica, and Sophie, Thank you for doing an incredible job and for doing justice to the topics that you are given. So may I invite you guys to give them a big round of applause. Alan from the Private Sector Foundation, thank you so much for representing the interests of the private sector very well. So would you please give him a very big round of applause. Now, I have a confession to make. Happy Mayanja happens to be my district chairperson. I don't think he knows that. And that also explains the fact that we didn't invite him because he's my district chairperson. But even the district last year, on the government, I think annual assessment, was ranked the best performing district in Uganda. And as you can notice, he did an amazing job. Thank you for traveling how many kilometers to be with us today. So thank you so much. Our colleagues in the National Planning Authority, you have been an incredible team to work with. I would like to thank the keynote address by Vicent for the keynote address and for being part of the panel as well. Would you please give him a round of applause? And in particular, I also want to thank Ms. Winnie Navido, Dr. Winnie Navido, who helped coordinate this engagement between civil society and the NPA throughout the process since the MTR began. So Winnie, thank you so much. Would you please give her a very big round of applause? And for you, our guests, like I said at the beginning, your commitment, your being here shows your commitment to the development processes in Uganda. It's just a demonstration of that. And we are committed at the NGO Forum to keep working with you to make sure that we are curating citizens' voices into the development processes. But also more fundamentally, that we are bridging the gap between civil society or even citizens and the government. And that we are balancing that power between government and civil society. We're holding them accountable, but we're also getting our views to the right voices. So I would really, really want to thank you for being here, and we'll continue inviting you for subsequent dialogues. I think Agnes gave us very incredible statistics. These are topics that we should be able to discuss and look for feasible solutions to the challenges that Ugandans face. So I'd really want to thank you. Would you please give yourselves a very big round of applause? Our colleagues at the NGO Forum, you know that we always aspire for excellence, and you always really set the bar so high. So we really want to thank you. We are very proud to work with you. I would like to invite the participants to thank NGO Forum for hosting us. And now finally, we were joined by the Honorable Chirumira Hassan, who is the representative of Katikamu South, when the dialogue was happening. But he really captured, he was here for the bulk of the conversation. As our representative in Parliament, we know that we expected the minister in charge of planning. But as you know, I think government is now doing a lot of things. There are a lot of things happening. If you followed the parliamentary session yesterday, there are a lot of things happening, and I think he wasn't able to make it on time. And we don't want to keep you any longer, so we have requested Honorable Chirumira to come and close this session for us. Because he's our representative, some of the views that we actually raised here, we hope that they'll find expression in Parliament once you're discussing the budget. And I know that you'll be closing this session, I think, around the 15th of this month. So we'll be really, really hoping that some of the views that have been expressed will be shared on the floor of Parliament. So I'd like to invite you now to officially close this session and invite all of us to lunch. I know that the right to food is a very fundamental right. While there are quite a number of Ugandans starving out there, we have this privilege, not to eat on behalf of the poor, but to eat. And we hope and pray that our indicators as a country will improve if we implement the National Development Plan. As everyone has mentioned, the plan is really a fantastic document, and we applaud the NPA for doing an incredible job in developing the plans. The gap between the plan and the implementation is something we need to struggle to bridge. So, Honorable, you're welcome.
Organizers of this dialogue, a very good moderator, a very able panelists, participants, both present and virtually, stakeholders, countrymen and women. My name is Chirumira Hassan, and I represent the people of Katikamu South in ᴅᴜᴜ district. I also happen to be a doctor or a Doctor of Philosophy in my PhD from the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. I'm humbled to be here for so many reasons, because when I walked in here, the debate was heating up, and these are issues we talk about day in, day out in Parliament. And I'm so happy that outside that building, we have men and women who are thinking, planning, and making sure that our country moves forward. To be honest with you, we all want Uganda to develop, to grow, and be a better place, just like other countries, maybe even our neighbors. And I want to believe, and allow me make mention, that development attaining middle income status does not fall like rainwater. It won't. It's hard work, it's planning, commitment, and even fighting when necessary. I had an opportunity to have an interface with some leaders in Rwanda. Recently we were in Zambia, but specifically in Rwanda, we met the National Planning Authority, or the equivalent, and the private sector, and so many ministries. But the difference between us and these countries around us is that they focus more on implementation. As a country, we have very good policies, very good planners. And on paper, I want to inform you that Uganda has one of the best policies, well packaged. The problem has always been on implementation. And that's where we need to wake up as Ugandans. We need to accept where we are, position ourselves into that discourse of knowing our problems, our issues, and come up with solutions on how we're going to move forward. Otherwise, we're going to remain standstill for a longer period of time. I'll give you a very quick example. We budget year in, year out. And budget allocations are supposed to cohere with our NDP3, for example. But if you look at our budget priorities as a country, you cannot convince me that we are actually meaning what we want or what we plan. If the aim of NDP3 is moving our people out of poverty, improving household income through agro-industrialization, for example, and then when we go to budgeting, we focus on sectors that do not support that, then it means there's something wrong. There's something wrong, and as a country, we need to put our feet on the ground. You cannot tell me that investing in security is going to improve people's income. You cannot convince me beyond reasonable doubt that investing in the president's office, plus all other budget allocations, as you know the budget of Uganda. So we really need to wake up and do the right thing. If we do not, we are going to remain standstill for a long period of time. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I happen to be a member of the Committee of National Economy. Now, part of our mandate is to discuss loans and, of course, advise Parliament. But if you look at Uganda's debt to GDP ratio, it is alarming. And as a country, we need to keep an open eye on that. Because we all know the cutoff point of World Bank, for example, if you exceed 50% of the GDP to yeah, it's 50%, then you cannot access further borrowing as a country. And now when that money comes here, what does it do? Recently, we are busy carrying out oversight and checkups on different agencies and institutions that are using borrowed money. But before our committee, you have people, Ugandans, getting money to develop our country, and they cannot explain what they have done with taxpayers' money. So that's where we are as a country. You all followed what happened yesterday in Parliament, the issue of NSSF. So for me, it's an issue of morality. It's an issue of morality, lack of commitment, greed, and that's where we find ourselves as a country. But again, we need to stand up and talk. Otherwise, if we don't talk about these issues, then no one is going to help our country. God positioned us to be leaders, and it is our responsibility to make sure that we lead and tell people or give direction to our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not here to give speeches, but I'm so happy and humbled that I've been part of this. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you that has participated. God bless you all. From wherever you've come from, I've taken note of things you've discussed here. I'm going to make sure that I have discussions with my colleagues and try to find a position of where we can also come in and support your efforts in terms of taking our country forward. Thank you so much. May the good Lord bless you.